everybody, this is Grimmy, and this is an audiobook of my ongoing series, My Father's Warmth, which is a My Hero Academia Todoroki AU. Don't expect any good voice acting from this, I'm not a voice actor, so when you're listening to this audiobook, think of more like your mum telling you a bedtime story. I will not be attempting to replicate people's voices, don't expect that from me, please. Please. Below average expectations from me, please. My Father's Warmth is a happy Todoroki AU fanfiction where it's a retelling of the Todoroki family story if Enji Todoroki was never traumatized and got the guidance and support he needed growing up.
Unless stated otherwise, everything that happens in the canon happens beat for beat in this story. I'm not going into detail about every single little crook and cranny of the story, I will simply cease to exist.
Chapter 101. White Hot. Having never grown up with friends or anybody her own age, Rei never truly had the chance to appreciate the connection friendship brings, especially among women. Mitsuki and Inko are delightful to speak to, completely different yet so easy to get along with, and it puts Rei's stresses and worries to rest. To know that she can lean on her fellow mothers of future pro-heroes really helped her come to terms with and accept their children's decisions. I have to ask, what is Endeavor like as a husband? Mitsuki asks with narrowed eyes, hiding her face behind her cup. Inko and I only have one child each. What made you want so many? All that was needed was Mitsuki's eyebrows to wiggle suggestively to hint at what she was really asking. Girl talk was also completely out of Rei's depth. Mitsuki! Inko gasped with a blushing face. Don't act like you're not curious, Mitsuki giggled. Masaru is sweet and doting. As soon as I saw him, I knew he had to be mine. Your husband is overseas, Inko. You've never really spoken about him, so I might as well ask Rei. Mitsuki's sharp red eyes snapped from the blushing chubby woman to the white-haired, surprised one. I ask again, what is Endeavor like? What was her husband like? Rei pondered the question, pressing her index finger against her lower lip in thought. He's attentive, and even when he seems distant, he's always in the moment and present when I need him. Rei hums in thought before a goofy smile appears on her face. Bit of a pushover, honestly. He's a massive softie when he lets himself be. A laugh enters her voice, and her face starts to turn pink. Warm, big, and strong, observant of the world around him, with a soft, loving heart hidden away under all the muscle and stern expressions. An absolute mule of a man, though, stubborn to a fault and easily embarrassed, and a quickly shifting temperament if he's put in a situation he doesn't know how to cope with. Even as a husband of many years, a well-placed kiss to the neck or collarbone will throw him for a loop, and he'll become a flustered, red-faced mess. But in other times, he'll roll his eyes and return the favor. He's hard to understand, and Rei doesn't always know how his brain works. But he's so him. And whatever that is, she loves it dearly. Mitsuki and Inko stare as their friend gets lost in her own world, laughing dumbly at whatever she's thinking about. Mitsuki thinks it has to be something naughty. They have 4 kids, for crying out loud. Inko thinks it has to be something tender and cute, something they could never imagine Endeavor doing. It's both. Rei has so much fun with the man, even in their most intimate moments, she can't help but giggle like a high school girl thinking about her crush. It is how Enji made her feel when he admitted he wanted to marry her. And despite wanting multiple children, only one of them had been planned. That's how much Rei enjoyed her husband's company. Enji didn't seem to mind. In fact, he was an enthusiastic participant. The youngest outcome of such buffoonery had left a message in the family group chat while his mother was meeting friends, so only in the evening when Rei was getting into Kurumada's car to be brought home did she see it. By some insanity that ran in the Todoroki blood, Shota had completely reworked his Yue dorm into looking like his bedroom back home. Toya had sent a photo of his own too, just as impressive, but with a follow-up, mine looks better. Rei rolled her eyes at the one-sided rivalry between her eldest and youngest. So much like their father, Toya is, and she loves that about him, but sometimes it's just ridiculous. Neither Enji nor Hara have responded, but Natsu replied with a laughing emoji, and Fuyumi texted a "good job you two" before telling everyone she landed in Fukuoka safely. Reassured by that, Rei sent her own "well done boys" with a flower emoji. She felt better. Shota could tell as he saw the text notification. He smiled, reassured in turn that his mom having a nice afternoon with Izuku and Bakugo's mothers eased her worries. It wasn't that late yet, but he was tired. After a whole day of rebuilding his bedroom, he was ready to curl up under his futon blankets and sleep. But first, his classmates had wanted to do a bedroom viewing that turned into a competition to ease everybody up from everything that had happened the previous days. Of course, everybody had been shocked by his efforts, nor were they particularly convinced about his "with hard work" answer when demanding an explanation to how he succeeded this. Now that all that was done, with nobody daring to step into Minata's room, he was happily at his desk, his journal open as he wrote in it. Since Dr. Tozuro wasn't an option anymore until they figured out who it was that leaked their therapy notes, Shoto was happy to put his thoughts out onto the blank line pages. The last entries weren't the happiest. Tenya punching him before they went to save Toya, his father's distress, his mother slapping him too, his concern for his future as a pure hero, the general feeling of not being strong enough to reach his own big brother, Tsuyu crying. Seeing it on the page was an odd feeling. In a way, he felt relieved to have it out of his brain, but in another way, he was a little wary about having these feelings at all. Not feeling strong enough wasn't something he liked, and he wanted to wipe that sensation from his existence as soon as possible. He'd have to work extra hard to improve his abilities, and master that move he and Toya had been training at the camp. But tonight's second half of the entry was positive. He enjoyed being surrounded by all these different personalities that made up his classmates. They bickered, yelled, laughed, and joked together. Some got along better than others, but at the end of the day, they all felt like a team. To be able to come from all sorts of vastly different backgrounds, to be able to be so different and still get along, Shota loved to see it. Even the perverted Minata and Kaminari had their places, or rude and rough Bakugo. It made Shoto feel like part of a puzzle that clicked wonderfully together to make a larger, detailed masterpiece. Even when he said nothing, he loved just being around everybody, to give and receive camaraderie and friendship. It's not the same as when he's with his family, or how he interacts with his siblings, and that's good. Something completely different, yet just as uplifting and happy. To be able to have so many sources of joy, Shoto is grateful and feels very blessed. That's what he writes in his journal, with a tired smile. He yawns, stretches after he's added the last punctuation mark, and closes his journal. He shuffles from his desk to wiggle under the blankets to his futon before checking his phone one more time. Natsuo and Toya are both online, but not talking in the family chat. They must be discussing what Toya had sent a text about earlier, something to do with Natsuo's friends being free tomorrow. Shota had a feeling it was related to their training session. Other than them, though, his mother, father, grandfather, and sister were all offline. The first three must be talking. He remembered Toya mentioning their grandfather going on an errand of Okultoshi. Shota hopes he'll hear about it soon. Fuyumi must be with Hawks and Anka, Shota thinks sleepily as he turns to his side to sleep. He's half right. Fuyumi is with Hawks, and only Hawks. After having dinner with him and Anka, Fuyumi is now high up in the sky, flying over the city that Hawks is responsible for. She should be scared. She's never soared above a city before, where even the brightly lit buildings look like a miniature scale and where cars look like specks. But Hawks holds her tightly by her middle with a trained, secure grip, and she can feel his chest against her back. So even though she feels closer to the stars than she does the ground, Fuyumi feels safe and secure in the poor hero's arms, enjoys the wind against her face and swishing through her long hair. She still has her hands on her glasses, though. That'd be a pain to lose mid-flight. "Doing all right, princess?" Hawk smiles down at her to match the smile spread across the woman's face. He can't help but notice how her eyes sparkle. "Absolutely," Fuyumi replies, laughter in her voice. Hawks' wings flap, and they frame the view of the city below with their rich crimson color, reminding her of the safe arms she's in. "I'm envious to be able to have such a beautiful view anytime you want. It's amazing." Hawks would argue that there's nothing quite as beautiful as a woman in her arms smiling like she is, as her name suggests. Endeavor and Ray had done their daughter justice. She truly is a winter beauty. Those who are able to fly should. Hawks' voice is soft, tinged with that sadness he always hides, and Fuyumi looks up, still holding her glasses. From this angle, she can see blonde strands whipping in the wind, sees the underside of Hawks' jaw. It's a shame to be grounded all the time. Fuyumi wished he'd share his thoughts with her. They're so loud. They stop at the top of a phone tower. It's a good thing Fuyumi is so resistant to the cold, or she might need Hawks' jacket. She wouldn't mind wearing it, cold or not. Gorgeous, Fumi breathes out, taken by the view. Yeah. Hawks isn't talking about the view. Are we going to talk about the thing you couldn't on the phone? Fumi asks as she turns to face the man. He's standing, leaning against the tower. Both of their hair are in their faces, but Fumi doesn't mind. Hawks doesn't either. The wind-swept look matches them both. I want to apologize. The admission takes Fumi by surprise, as well as the bittersweet smile on Hawks' face. I haven't been honest with you despite how long we've been in touch. You share so much with me, and I've not exactly given anything back. Fumi knows. It's something that has been in the back of her mind for a while now. It's not that I don't want to be honest. I can't be. Why not? Fumi asks. Has Toya said anything about me? The question throws the woman off a bit, but she does think back to her drunk brother spouting about the bird being a government spy, or whatever it is he said. Nothing when sober, Fumi shrugs. Why? Hawk swallows, and for the first time, he looks genuinely nervous, maybe even ashamed. It's hard to say. He's good at hiding his feelings behind that thick coat of his. Fumi can tell that Hawks wants to do nothing more than pull his jacket collar over his mouth. Before he has a chance, Fumi reaches over and with her index and thumb pulls the flapping collar away from Hawks' jaw. Hawks, tell me why. Don't you trust me? She asks. Is she guilt-tripping? Maybe a little, but she so wants to know more about this odd blonde who just fluttered into her life one day and never left her mind. Golden eyes look at the beautiful face of the blue-eyed woman, and he sighs softly. It's not you I don't trust, he replies gently, worrying the inside of his cheek as he looks away from the entrancing beauty. I mentioned I might go AWOL for some time. I'm going on a dangerous mission soon. And us talking, being in contact, it could put you in danger as well. More than you could already be. Fumi blinked in surprise before scowling a little. What about you, though? She asks. Hawks' chest feels tight. She sounds so worried for him. That's not what he wanted. What about me? He repeats, staring at his shoes, testing those words in his mouth like they're foreign. Will you be safe? Do you have a way to get out of a situation if you need to? Will you take care of yourself? Fumi pushes, and despite the cold winds of being so high above and her cold disposition, her warmth leans against Hawks' arm, hoping to catch his gaze. Will you come home? Hawk swallows thickly. I don't have a home, he admits, aching smile pulling cynically at his mouth. He might be an optimistic guy that believes he'll succeed in every mission, but that doesn't mean he's blind to the reality of what will happen if he fails. His sidekicks would be fine without him. The Hero Commission would replace him. There's nothing to go back to. Just an empty flat where his childhood toy resides. You have a home with us. Fuyumi's other hand is gently holding his right wrist. Whether you know it or not. He felt safe at the Todoroki abode. It felt like a real home, lived in, full of memories. Hawks had never known what that was like. He's never had any trophies, or photos of him as a child, proudly showcased on shelves like Fuyumi has. He's never had a pet cat, or shared a bedroom with a sibling like Toya or Natsuo. He's never experienced being allowed to be a kid like Shoto. Hawks is smart, he's good with people, he knows things in the abstract, but to finally know how it felt to be home. Maybe that's why he'd been so stupid to let the Todoroki in a little. Let Toya spam him with endeavor photos, answer his questions about his quirk honestly, stay up late at night rereading his text with Fuyumi, actually tried and enjoyed the recipes she sent him. His cooking had improved. It goes against everything he's supposed to be. An agent for the Hero Commission, doing the dirty work that no other pro-hero can do. He's not supposed to have these sorts of distractions. He's so good at keeping to his Hawks role normally. But all that has been slowly cracking ever since first meeting Fuyumi, and it keeps cracking each time he meets a Todoroki. He's discarded his past, his birth name, his origins, to be something new, A strong hero just like Endeavor who unknowingly saved him without ever meeting. Is his flame of hope. He's watched him for so many years, has observed him never stopping to keep up with All Might while still being a doting father. He wants to keep that flame burning bright, especially now that All Might is gone. But ever since meeting Fuyumi, so much more has been put on the line. He needs to protect Endeavor, keep him alive, so that he can return home to his family, to his children who love him so much, to Toya, to his father, Harrow, who saw right through Hawks without saying anything. And he'll keep Endeavor safe at the expense of himself if he must. He has no family who depends on him. If you won't tell me what's really happening, will you at least promise me that no matter what you do, you'll stay safe? Fumi demands softly, her gentle, cold grip tightening around Hawks' wrist, and he doesn't dare to look at her. Will you? Please. Hawks feels breathless. Why does he feel so distressed? He doesn't understand. This is what the start of crying must feel like. Don't make me promise something I can't keep, princess. Nothing but the wind and distant city sounds from below fills the silence that stretches between them. Hawks' gaze never leaves his shoes, even as his wings feel every heartbeat coming from Fumi. It's calming, steady. Hawks. Fumi says his name so gently it sounds like a prayer. Look at me, please. How can he deny the princess? He does, golden eyes dark of sadness that shouldn't belong there. It contrasts the sapphires that have made their home in Fumi's own eyes, looking at him with a compassion he doesn't feel he deserves. Please don't look at him like that. I want to know you, Fumi speaks, and it takes all of Hawks' willpower to keep the eye contact going. Who you are, the things you like, dislike, what makes you happy, sad, angry. And I'd like for you to want to know me, too. His jaw clenches. He thins his lips tightly into a line, lest they tremble. I can't fall in love with a stranger. Guilt eats at his chest. He never meant it to get this far. The guilt that she feels this way for him hurts almost as much as the despair he suffers for feeling the same way for her. But he can't let that happen. Not when the Hero Commission wants him infiltrating the League of Villains. Not when his hands will be inevitably covered with blood. Fumi doesn't deserve someone capable of doing such things. She deserves someone kind, considerate, a good law-abiding citizen without a million secrets to hide and keep. Someone who isn't the son of a murderer. I can't, is all he manages to squeak out. But do you want to? Can a caged bird want freedom it's never tasted? Hawks doesn't know the answer to that, so he doesn't say anything. Hawks, what do you want? He closes his eyes and shakes his head. He doesn't get to have wants like that. A future where heroes have more free time? Yes. To support and protect Endeavor so he can return to his family? Yes. Something personal and intimate, just for him and a special someone to share? No, that's not an option. I want to keep you safe. That's reasonable. That's in character. That's what the media would eat up. But of course it doesn't work on Fuyumi. He feels her getting closer. He doesn't pull away. Soft lips press against his jaw. He can't help but lean into it ever so slightly. He feels small and vulnerable, every feather on end. A gentle, tender kiss on his jawline shouldn't make his heart jolt, but the hand on his face doesn't help, nor the one that finds its way onto his chest. He's trained to deal with violence, to infiltrate and take down villains by any means possible. And yet, here he is, shaken and at the mercy of a beautiful woman who has been nothing but kind to him. You will come home, she murmurs against his cheek, her skin cool against his burning skin that he wants to crawl out of in shame. She deserves someone so much better than he could ever be. As the Ice Princess, I decree it. He can't help the snort that leaves him. How can he say no to that? Your wish is my command. He replies with a weak laugh in his voice, playing into the not-so-jokey joke. The flight back to Anchor's flat is quiet, as is their goodbye. Fuyumi's hold lingers on his wrist as Hawks deposits her at the front door. He dares to return the hold, before they slip through each other's fingers. Like the wind, he's gone. Fuyumi struggles to sleep. Instead, she texts her dad. I think Hawks is putting himself in danger. Chapter 102. Ignisant. Kirishima is pathetic. That's what he genuinely thinks of himself right now. He froze when his middle school classmates needed help, and while he might have redeemed himself a bit during the USJ attack, the sports festival, failing his final exams, and his inaction during the training camp showed how little he had improved since then. He'd wanted so badly to join the others to rescue Toya, but the all-too-real threat coming directly from Endeavor's mouth about expelling anyone from UA if they dared to act alone had rooted him to the spot. He hadn't dared to face that possibility, to bear the consequences of his decision as long as it meant he did the right thing, that he stood by his convictions. He had cowered in the most unmanly way possible. Not very heroic. Even with the fun of the dorms and being with his classmates, even with Bakugo's attempt to make everyone laugh, Kirishima held his self-deprecating, bitter thoughts in his heart and let it affect his morale. He could dye his hair a vibrant red and style it differently all he wanted, but at the end of the day, he's still that cowardly middle schooler. Maybe that's why he drags his feet when heading to the training kitchen lab instead of celebrating with everyone when today's class topic was announced, working on their ultimate moves. It should be fun and exciting, but Kirishima can barely force a smile as his classmates jump out of their seats in excitement, startling Ectoplasm and Cementos in the process while Midnight praises their youthful behavior. Not something that goes unnoticed by Midnight and the other teachers, but they were sure today's guests would help boost his and the others' confidence. Before you all get started with training, Aizawa holds his students back for a moment, Ectoplasm and Cementos having just laid out the battlefield to train them. We have some guests helping out. Guests, was the muttered out word, making its round through the students. Who could they be? Tsuyu hummed. Hey, sorry we're late. Shoto's face shone like the sun at Natsuo's voice ringing out through the TKL grounds, turning to see his big brother in his frostbite outfit, waving at everyone with a big grin on his face. I had to do a bunch of security checks. UA doesn't mess around. Frostbite! Class 1A exclaimed in excitement. Even Kirishima's eyes shone. And Mole Girl! And Sirocco! It's nice to meet you all. Mole Girl smiled sweetly to everyone while Sirocco gave the teenagers a nodding greeting. Toya asked if he could help out with training your ultimate moves. He thought you might find it more invigorating with some freshly graduated pro heroes to back you up. Big bro Toya did, Bakugo asks, which someone said eldest to his grinning from ear to ear. Yep, these guys have had a few months out in the real world, so I think that fresh perspective could be useful to you lot. The teachers are great, but it's a different reality to have a decade of experience and be running classes most of the time, Toya explained, shooting a grin to Ectoplasm and Cementos. Poprox, Rose, and Softy are helping 1B too. Rose especially had experienced the most recent catastrophe firsthand. She'd been there to help in the aftermath of All for One and All Might's fight. And with 1B having their own Ibara in the form of Ibarashi Ozaki, the two fawned girls would be able to give each other helpful tips. Poprox had a quirk that didn't seem particularly useful to heroics at face value, but due to how he used it as a distraction and scare tactic, could share his creativity and performance skills with the other class. Meanwhile, Softy wanted to see her cousin Juzo again with a chance to meet his friends. Mole Girl, Sirocco, and Frostbite had been their year's big three, but by no means to the same acclaim as the current trio, but it reflected their growth, achievements, and ambitions for the future. Mole Girl to aid the image of heteromorphs, Sirocco to be support to the police in the same way his father was, and Frostbite to be a rescue hero unlike Japan had ever witnessed. They all had something to teach the students, and after all they'd gone through at the training camp, Toya believed some peer support closer to their age would do the kids some good. They needed a boost in confidence. Where the UA teachers might say something that hurt the students' pride, the young pro heroes could offer a different perspective. You're not too plain, Ojiro, Mole Girl reassured honestly. It's about being unpredictable. In case an opponent is well versed in martial arts, you want to still be able to catch them off guard. For example, I'm really good at climbing trees, so while everybody assumes I'll be underground because of my quirk, I can ambush them from up high. Subvert expectations. Ojiro took her words to heart and nodded in understanding. Concentrating emitter quirks make for a more powerful, pinpointed attack, Suriko explained to Mina as he used his sand to pierce a cement block like it was made of chalk. Even if your acid is liquid, refine it enough, you could make needle attacks. I'm gonna give everybody acid splinters, Mina cheered. Ectoplasm and Suriko inched away from her. Elsewhere, on the field, Ida and Deku were training together. Ever since Enji's accidental revelation that Deku had legs he could abuse too, the freckled boy had been training here and there with a class rep, but now they could truly dedicate some time to training the power of his legs. It relieved latecomer All Might, in his now permanently scrawny form, to see Deku not emulate him so much anymore. He really should have brought Gran Torino and Endeavor in earlier to help, but he himself is still learning how to be a good teacher. Something that doesn't go unnoticed by Aizawa, who clocks the Idiot's Guide to Teaching book in the man's back pocket. Meanwhile, Frostbite is bouncing from student to student, admiring their skills and creativity. Most of them already knew exactly what ultimate moves they wanted. It was just a question of refining their ideas. He hadn't had a chance to meet Shota's friends due to being away all the time, so this was a good way to introduce himself to everyone. Hey, Frostbite. Kaminari tugs at the man's sleeve like a little child. Could you help out our buddy Kirishima? He's been off since the training camp. Frostbite blinked at the yellow-haired boy in confusion, who was joined by Sato and Mineta, who also looked concerned. He's normally so full of energy, but he's been down for a while. You two met before, and he seems to speak highly of you, so... The three students looked pleadingly at their friend's older brother, who snorted. That's what I'm here for, Frostbite grinned, which that alone made the boys feel relieved. He scanned around the arena, saw Mole Girl chatting with Koda and Shoji, who Frostbite had intended to speak to next, but he was busy, and saw Kirishima bowing to All Might as the man gave him advice before moving on to Jiro. Kirishima! Frostbite called out his name as he used his eyes to slide down the side of the cement blocks and trotted up to the red-headed boy. Spar with me. Huh? The shark-toothed teen asked in surprise. Sure. If Frostbite had only known Kirishima from the sports festival, then maybe he would have been put off by this attitude. But the Icer remembered the middle school version he'd met with black hair, and this low-energy reply had been what he'd received then. All Might watched as his nephew sparred with Kirishima, who was using his quirk upon Frostbite's request. They exchanged blows, Natsuo clearly more experienced than Kirishima, but the young boxer wasn't untrained neither. He knew where to hit and how to make it hurt, something Natsuo loudly praised him about. Midoriya, can you take a break? All Might called out to his successor, which caught both his and Ida's attention. If you're going to focus on using your legs more, maybe it's time to tinker your suit a bit to adapt to that change. Why don't you go visit Power Loader in the support class? I'll go too, Ida voiced, having some improvement he wanted made to his suit. Me too, Uraka piped up, jogging to her two friends. Todoroki? She looked up, to where Shoto was sitting and sweating. Ah, maybe not. He looks busy. Indeed, Shoto was trying to get a hang of that cold fire move he'd started training with Toya at the camp. His eyes were shut tight, and his sweat was ice cold, but he still kept pushing, evening out his breathing to make both his heat and frozen sides merge into one at the core of his being. His beating heart. As Deku, Uraka, and Ida went off to visit the support course, which would go totally normal because things always go normally at UA, All Might's eyes wandered around the arena, considering who he should give advice to next. Boom! Well, Bakugo didn't need any advice, that was perfectly clear. He'd already given Kirishima a tip to forget the parlor tricks and focus on smashing through like a boulder, something that would capitalize on his hardening quirk. He'd already spoken to Jiro, so maybe Aoyama next. Ouch! Kirishima cringed as he was uppercut on the chin by Frostbite, despite his hardening being activated, landing harshly on his back. Ow, damn it. Your forte is defense, yet you're barely using that to your advantage, Frostbite commented, hand on hip as he stands over the student. Your head's not screwed on right. What's wrong? Kirishima says nothing, just gets into a sitting position with a humiliated expression. Frostbite smiles, indeed. Doesn't he know that look so well? He crouches in front of the teen. Come on, you can tell me. I'm a really good listener. He side-eyes Toya, who is going in and out of the arena, checking on Class 1B as well as Class 1A. Trust me, I've had many sleepless nights listening to that one ramble. What's got you so down? Kirishima's hardening disappears, his skin returning soft and vulnerable, just as he feels right now. When Toya was kidnapped, I didn't do anything to help, Kirishima admitted, head tilted away from Natsuo. When Endeavor threatened to get us all expelled, I panicked and froze. Again. I know it's normal, but I hoped I'd have manned up by now. How can I call myself a hero if I can't even save a friend? Kirishima, seated on the floor, lifts his hands to look at his scratched up palms. I don't stand out. My quirk isn't impressive. I gave myself my eyebrow scar. I tried to dye my hair to look tough, but... He drops his hands. I'm still a coward. Natsuo doesn't say anything for a while. Waits for Kirishima to continue, but he doesn't. Neither does Natsuo, who instead stands and offers a hand to help Kirishima up. The boy looks at the extended hand before tilting his head up to the kindly face smiling at him, encouraging him to get back on his feet. It's not over yet. Kirishima is hesitant, but he does take Natsuo's hand and is pulled to his feet. They get back into fighting stances, without his hardening quirk this time. Talking is good, but sometimes there are emotions that can't be put into words, concepts that are hard to verbalize, and you need to punch down a few walls before you can even begin to give the feelings a name. Literally. Frostbite's punches are strong, and they hurt. Kirishima does all he can to dodge and parry them, but even as he protects the sides of his face with all the boxing knowledge he has, Natsuo is strong enough to make his head ring and confuse his footing. Sweat trickles down his neck and back, his muscles and tendons strain, his breathing is coming in short pants. Every of his punches and strikes miss or are blocked by his larger, taller and faster opponent. A kick to the diaphragm throws him to the ground breathless, but that hand is there again to pull him up to his feet. His feet are swept from underneath him, and that hand pulls him back up. An elbow to the chin, a knee to the stomach. The use of his own momentum brings him down, again and again, and still that hand tells him to get back up and continue fighting. And Kirishima does, every single time. He gets up and he fights his more experienced and skilled opponent, feels the frustration, the hurt and upset thrum through his veins, his skull, his newly formed bruises and old eternal scars. Every time Frostbite dodges or strikes him, the fire in his belly intensifies and he keeps fighting back. He keeps standing his ground. He never gives up, even when every bone in his body aches. His own heartbeat pulses in his ears, but it's pierced through by the sound of ice crackling, and activating his hardening quirk is all Kirishima can do to protect himself unless he wants an ice-covered fist breaking his jaw. He stumbles and takes a couple steps back, but resets his footing. Even with the threat of the Ice Hero's empowered attacks, Red Right stands firm and defends his ground. Hit after hit, he feels the ice cracking at his hardened skin, but he returns the attacks. Another kick tries to take him out, but his stance widens and his hardening quirk reinforces his form like pillars supporting a temple's roof. An ice pick aims for the soft of his eyes, and that hardens too. The ice cracks on impact, and Kirishima hasn't lost an eye. Fingers harden and sharpen into claws to return the favor and slash at Frostbite's arm. Thick ice acts like armor and protects both his suit and skin. Yet that doesn't stop Kirishima, who bulldozes past Frostbite's defenses while he's thrown off center by the attack and sends a flurry of punches just like All Might had told him to. It's freeing to be able to move so ferociously despite his hardening quirk, picking and choosing which parts of his body are affected or not, and feeling strong in his stance, an immovable object. The only reason he stops is because Frostbite has frozen him in place, ice creeping up his legs and arms. But still, Kirishima isn't affected. The attack is skin deep, he can't feel it. It doesn't go past his hardening, and he crushes the ice after some struggling. Only then does he fall to his knees in exhaustion, panting heavily and covered in melting ice remnants that mix with the sweat of his slowly softening skin. In front of him, Frostbite is panting too, layers of cracked and crushed ice crumbling off of his hero suit. Both of their breathing comes short. The mixture of ice and sweat leaves him shivering. Frostbite's tired laugh snaps Kirishima out of his exhaustion-fueled break. The young man has a happy grin on his face. It's frustrating, feeling like you're not improving. Natsuo laughs gently, hair in his eyes and face. Or feeling like you're taking steps back. But that's what learning and growing is. He exhales heavily and smiles to Kirishima, grey-brown eyes full of fondness of his young peer. Oftentimes, you end up learning the same lesson multiple times in different ways. And that's all right. Kirishima's panting softens, and he wipes his brow. It doesn't feel good, though, he sighs, shifting from his knees to sitting on the ground. No, it doesn't. Growing pains suck, Frostbite agrees, before struggling to his feet and brushing off the ice from his suit. And you'll go through them plenty more in the future. Rose never expected to find herself waist deep in carnage to dig people out of their destroyed homes, but she's grown and learned from it. She gained a friend, a new perspective. It's not easy, but it's easier when you have friends to depend on. That hand is in Kirishima's vision again. Your emotions are yours, but don't let that negativity eat you up and hold you back from growing. Red eyes look at the ice hero, the start of tears in them. That's something my mom told me a long time ago. It's hard for Kirishima, who feels so weak and pathetic at times, to truly understand how someone as strong and impressive as Natsuo is able to be so gentle and empathetic to a kid he's only met once at that. It's not hard for Natsuo to understand that Kirishima doesn't see all the good he has to offer. That he himself, for all his talk and big muscles, is a kind and sweet masculine soul, easily hurt yet so capable of being a force for good, a shield to protect others. Kirishima takes Natsuo's hand and is pulled back up onto his feet. A bump in the road. It's all it is. A small moment in his life that he can learn from, but won't define him. 4 days of non-stop training ultimate moves would take out the strongest of average students. But there's nothing average about UA students. Siroko's talk of concentrating quirks into a pinpoint inspired Bakugo's new move, Armor-Piercing Shot. And while the aftermath of it almost crushed a scrawny All Might, Deku's fully developed one-for-all cowling shoot style saved his predecessor's life, which was something that All Might would need to get used to now. But they weren't the only ones of new moves. Wow, Shoto, your fire looks kinda green, Sora exclaims as Shoto breathes steadily through clenched teeth to keep his heartbeat even. Fire manifests as a cross shaped on his chest, the left side a rich red hue, while the right side is a greenish turquoise that flickers with blue. It's not quite sable yet, but as long as Shoto focuses really hard with his hands clasped together, it's steady. Now, the real test. Shoto flinches when Toya approaches him, almost losing his focus, but keeps it long enough to wince at Toya's hand reach for his newly formed flames. Toya, wait, it might not be... Shoto's voice is filled with panic, but it hitches when Toya's hand is engulfed by the red and bluish-green flames. 1, 2, 3 seconds. Plenty of time for Toya's hand to become burnt and raw in his family's intense flames. But it comes out uninjured. Toya's face splits into a grin and he waves his hand for his brother's new ability. I'm not burning, there's an excited mania in his voice. Look, Shoto, I'm fine. I'm not burned. It's infectious, and Shoto mirrors his brother's grin. You did it! Cold fire! A fire with all the impact that never burns. Look! Never once does Toya stop waving his hand for his flames, and never once does Shoto tear away his eyes from his brother's uninjured hand. A fire that could never burn or hurt his brother, with a half-greenish hue. Where has Shoto seen that before? It kinda looks like Burnin's blazing hair, Shoto blurts out. Did you get inspiration from her? Toya's hand stops very suddenly in his flames. Shoto blinks up to look at his face. His brother could be mistaken for a pomegranate right now. No, Toya lies through his teeth. Why are you so red? Shoto asks innocently, not understanding what demanded this reaction from his oldest brother. From a distance, Natsuo, who is sparring with Shoji, barks a laugh. That's all is needed for Mina Ashido, residential tea spiller and gossiper, to hound Toya, the rest of the girls not far behind. Burnin, that's your dad's psychic, right? You like her, do you? Her and Hagakure jab Toya with a flurry of questions. Maybe this was a little revenge for Toya not telling them about what the final exams are truly going to be. This is harassment, Toya whines with his cheeks a bright red while taking cover behind Aizawa, almost hiding in his scarf like he's trying to be Principal Netsu. Aizawa looks most unimpressed, while All Might chuckles. These kids are supposed to be taking their hero license exam soon. Only Uraraka is sympathetic to Toya's plight. She understands what it's like to have a crush she's not ready to talk about. You should join us for tea later. Even Momo is joining in on teasing her friend's older brother, to which Toya only whines loudly about. Toya did not join the girls for tea and a gossip session later that evening, but he did sit down with Midnight to watch Harusame and Sushi snooze together after they were fed. Shoto also didn't join them, nor join Deku, who was busy training outside despite the pitch-black darkness. He turned in for an early night as per usual, something he and Bakugo shared in common, but not to the extreme extent the blonde did. He is writing in his journal again. A positive thought. I created a fire that will never burn anyone. My mother's calm and my father's passion, the best of both worlds. This will help me get stronger. To be the hero I want to be, I need to be strong like All Might, but in my own way. The hero license exams are soon. As always, Shoto will work hard, and he'll be sure to succeed, just like his father and brother did. Chapter 103. Dry. Natsuo hasn't been able to hang out with all his friends at the same time as they used to for months, only seeing them individually on occasion, which is why walking out of UA together the last couple days and going for dinner together has been so nice. Until the very last night before the first years were to take their exams. Crazy to think they're all doing their license exam in first year. Only Saichi and Natsuo had been able to do that when we were in UA. Yawara mused, proud of her younger cousin's progress as a hero in training. These kids are made of tougher stuff than most modern pros I've met, Aihiko added. They don't make guys like Tetsu anymore. Natsuo snorted at that mid-water sip, almost getting sparkling water out his nose. Ibara, you doing okay? Saichi asks, nudging his friend who had a somber look while scrolling on her phone. She jumped when she was addressed by name. Huh? Oh, yes, I'm fine. Just... She paused and sighed, putting her phone down. Don't you feel like things are changing? For the worst, I mean. Her friends blinked at her in confusion, all except for Natsuo, whose expression turned serious. All Might's gone, the league is loose, first-year hero students are being made to get their licenses earlier. It feels like something's about to crack. Ibara hadn't been quite the same since the hideout incident. Her usual focus on accessories and beauty had shifted. She barely posted on social media anymore and had started being far more aware of her surroundings than she'd been before. To a paranoid extent. All Might's not gone, though he's just retired, Natsuo expressed. Same difference, Ibara shrugged. Look, your dad's amazing. I don't think I would have been able to keep it together during the search and rescues if he wasn't there. But he's not charismatic like All Might. You've seen what people have been saying. When are they not saying stuff? For how adored Endeavor is, the mutterings of his brash and stern attitude had gotten louder. Now with the symbol of peace out of commission, Endeavor was a de facto number one, a change that hadn't happened in nearly 30 decades. Natsuo understood why Ibara was bringing this up. To the wider population, Endeavor isn't a comforting and reassuring presence like he is to pro heroes on the field. Even if they've been friends for years, being the new number one is big shoes to fill, Mogura agreed softly. But maybe that's exactly what we need. Yes, things are shifting and changing, but when aren't they? I don't necessarily think it's for the worse. Ibara shot her a scowl. How can you say that when there's a heteromorph running around with the league? She snapped, her spiked vines raising. Spinner is making all of us look bad. Are you really saying that him supporting Stain's ideals and associating with the likes of All for One and Shigaraki isn't going to turn things for the worse? Mogura's ears flattened, and she looked a little sad. Ibara, I don't think that's fair, Natsu reproached, his own scowl forming. Spinner doesn't represent all heteromorphs. You act like UA doesn't have Shoji, Koda, or Tokoyami, and the kids in 1B. You think people care about that? All it takes is one of us to be a problem for even the likes of Mogura to get labeled a threat, Ibara retorted, her own expression turning upset. With tensions rising, do you not see where this is going? The table became silent. Nobody could argue that, especially not Natsuo. He didn't want to think about what his Himura grandparents had to say about Spinner. It made him worry for how Miki might get treated if things really do get sour. It doesn't matter what people think. Mogura's voice sounds tight. All her friends looked at her and see a determined crease in her brow, her short fur raised slightly and ears pinned back. Social media-orientated Ibara opened her mouth to disagree. It's never mattered. What matters is doing our jobs right. Ibara shut her mouth. The two women stared at each other before Ibara stood up abruptly, took her bag, and left. Ibara, wait, Yawara pleaded, but the woman strode out of the restaurant, food barely eaten. Saichi too got to his feet and chased after her, hoping to bring her back. Oh dear. I don't think she's wrong to be worried, Aihiko voiced, to which Yawara nodded too. Natsuo sighed and rubbed his jaw. Neither Saichi nor Ibara returned to dinner that evening, but Saichi reassured the group chat that she was fine, just shaken, which they all understood. Times are changing, and for those who have lived in relative comfort all their lives, that is scary. They'd all have to work harder. Endeavor sent Shota a "have a good day" text in the family group chat, which was followed by the other family members doing the same, knowing he'd be on his way to the hero license exam. Toshinori would be with them too. He jumped when Burnin kicked in his office door, fiery hair frazzled and an exhausted, determined look in her eyes. I did it! Huh? Endeavor blinked. I tracked down the Shimura! I have an address! Endeavor wondered if he should give his sidekick a raise for her hard work or scorn her for staying up all night like Toya would. Maybe a bonus would be a good middle ground, he thought as he texted Toya, who would for sure be beelining from UA. Attending the hero license exam was obviously going to come with students from other hero schools, but Shota hadn't expected to see Inasa again, this time in a Shiketsu uniform. He didn't say anything upon the student barging into his class's UA chair, only really acknowledging the Ketsubutsu girl who asked for his autograph. He had no interest in interacting with him, and thankfully it seemed Inasa didn't either. Despite the less than welcome presence of the annoying wind boy, Shoto flew through the first stage. Using both his fire and eyesight simultaneously with relative ease made it quick work, something Shoto felt very happy about. His ultimate move, current working name Phosphor, still took too much energy and focus for Shoto to keep it activated in a useful way, so that wasn't an option to use yet, something to work on later. Entering the waiting room for those who passed the first stage, Shoto heard the obnoxious voice of Inasa and sighed as he sat down to wait for his classmates, only to look up and see Inasa glaring at him coldly, before snapping his head away. Shoto blinked. What was that about? Whatever, just ignore him. Shoto had no interest in figuring out the guy's issues. He's just an annoying fanboy. Toya could have kissed Burnin when he got the text from his dad that the woman had found something. Instead, the two met up at the train station and made quick work of heading towards the address. Nana Shimura's son, Kotaro Shimura, had gotten a home built to live in with his wife, Nao Shimura, and her parents, Chizo and Mako Magi. For all the supposed wiping of this information, Burnin had managed to dig up an archived satellite map from almost 20 years ago that held the records of the neighborhood at the time. And once she'd gotten her hand on Nao's name and her family who registered at that address, it had been easy to fill in the gaps. Tenko Shimura. Toya traces the name with his thumb. The Maggie grandparents had had a different GP to the children, and thus Vernon had been able to access their old family records. Tomura Shigaraki must be a name given by All for One, Vernon explained. It made sense. What a morbid name to give a child. He's a little brother. Vernon perked her head up at Toya's softly spoken words. He has had a big sister. He's a little brother. That was important to Toya. He's not sure why, but it mattered. Whatever they had hoped to find at the address, though, they didn't find it. The photo of the huge, luxurious house with a large garden didn't represent the reality. An unused piece of grassy land. What happened to the place? Vernon asked the local police chief. Not sure. This was before my time, but records say one day there was a house, and then there wasn't. Neighbors didn't hear or see anything. Seems the family disappeared too. A letter of resignation had been sent to his work, as well as his children being pulled out of school. Nobody knows where they went. The chief explained, looking just as confused and lost as Vernon. It's unusual how little investigation there really was. Toya doesn't think it's unusual. All for One was covering his tracks. Growing up in a war-torn nation and with decades of experience, dozens of quirks and connections to his disposal, it would be easily scary for the villain to make anyone disappear and be forgotten to time. Toya? Vernon called out as the young man stepped onto the grass, looking at the ground, searching for something. Anything. Part of the grass dips in an unusual way. Using his foot, he traces cracks that had formed in the earth a long time ago, yet had healed like scars and given life to fresh grass. More flowers bloomed along those healed cracks, daisies mostly. He follows them until they all seem to meet at a deeper green patch of grass, luscious and thick. Toya crouches and runs his hand through the grass to feel the earth. It's like the aftermath of a fight, as if Uncle Toshi had punched the ground. Something tragic had happened here. The Shimura are dead, Toya says as he sees Vernon's shadow loom over the patch of grass. I think Tenko killed them. What makes you say that? Vernon crouches by Toya, trying to see what he saw. When Shigaraki uses his quirk, it starts with cracks that split apart and disintegrate into ash, Toya explains. The land here is covered with filled-in cracks and crevices that are of the same pattern as his quirk. His hand cups a daisy, thumb tracing its soft petals before he brought his hand back to rest on his thigh. My working theory is that Tenko's quirk manifested and he killed his family. That means he would have been at most 3 years old when that happened, Vernon hummed. But Tenko was 5 based on the last class records we have of him. Things felt off about this. It felt tampered with. It reeked of All for One. This was his doing. It wasn't like with Sakura accidentally getting her parents killed. If All for One had been keeping his eye on his own family for longer than any of them realized, it was more than likely that he'd had his eyes on the Shimura for even longer. Toya's gut twisted sourly. What had he done to Tenko Shimura? Watching Aizawa and Miss Jerk interact was a welcome treat to Toshinori, finding the contrast of personality quite entertaining. What was less entertaining and actually worrisome was seeing Shoto and that Shiketsu boy clash during the rescue part of the license exam. From this distance, it looked like neither one wanted to back down and focus on the evacuation. Rather, they wanted to fight against Gang Orca and his sidekicks that were playing villains. Something they were scarily good at. Really, with how strong the boys are, it should be easy for them to team up and beat their opponents. But instead, they're arguing. Shoto, you're losing your cool, Toshinori muttered behind his folded hands, nervous. Aizawa can't fault the man. His nephew is failing. What the hell is your problem? I said I'd take care of these guys, Shoto shouts, furious at Inasa for getting in his way. He'd been there first. Go help with the evacuation. Your quirk's suited for that. Your wind is blowing my flames off course. I don't listen to the likes of you, and your flames are making my wind rise, was Inasa's obnoxious yell back, which hurt Shoto's ears. For Endeavor's son, I thought you'd be better at reading the situation. That severely pisses Shoto off. Honestly, everything about the guy rubbed him the wrong way. Seto had described him as Ida and Kirishima combined and squared, but Shoto had to disagree. He liked Tenya and Kirishima. He liked fanboy Izuku and even got used to brash Bakugo. This guy, though, is just too much. Like a discount parody of All Might. And it's insulting. Add to that the guy's assumptions about him, and the license exam could go straight to hell of how livid Shoto was feeling. What the hell does my dad have to do with any Shoto was hit square in the chest by a cement gunshot, which was quickly hardening. That's what he gets for infighting. Endeavor has everything to do with it, Inasa yells as he dodges various blobs of cement shot at him. To me, heroes are all about bringing the heat. Their fiery souls inspire passion and hope in people. Sure, Endeavor's got away with words and a scary look at times, but he's able to be those things. His son Frostbite is all those things, and more. But you! Inasa roars, pointing an accusatory finger at the other teenager. You're not! I did nothing wrong, but you were rude and dismissive of me. What sort of hero is that? You're nothing like them. Because I'm not them, asshole, Shoto snarls, frustrated at the student's words. He doesn't know who Shoto is. He based all of his opinions of him after a single interaction. What's up with that? How about you quit projecting your stupid ideals on me and focus on the exam? See? Insulting and dismissive. Inasa roars back, furious. When has Endeavor ever done that? And Shoto freezes. He can't think of a single time Endeavor has said something like that to a fellow pro hero. Maybe Uncle Toshi, but not even All Might. Best genist and his focus on looks, his father sees value in. Sir Nightai and his importance of humor, Endeavor respects. The police, engineers, the medics the flame hero sees and rewards their hard work of his own. Shoto has never witnessed him insult and belittling his colleagues. He's never seen Frostbite dismiss someone after a single interaction, like Shoto did. Shoto assumed the worst of Inasa. He'd made assumptions, something he hates being done to him. So why? No time to think. Gangorka and his psychics are coming in fast. Shoto needs to refocus, to move, to help evacuate, but his brain is scattered. He reacts on instincts, sends flames blasting forwards. You might be Endeavor's son, but I'll never accept you as a true hero. Inasa's voice rings in his ears and rattles his heart. Wind and fire clash, blowing flames off course again, straight at injured Yoshindo from Ketsubutsu. Shoto panics, feels bile rise in his throat. He's going to get someone burnt. His flames are going to hurt someone. Bam! Deku flew into action, grabbing Yor out of harm's way, and the flames hit the rocky ground. But Shoto can't feel relieved, because Izuku's deep frown isn't an expression he's ever seen on the freckled face before. He almost looks disappointed and angry at him. What's the big idea? Izuku roars at his cousin, who flinches like he's been snapped awake, eyes refocusing. What are you doing, Shoto? He is mad at him. Why, he's just getting in the way. Endeavor would never do that. Or All Might. Or Frostbite. Which is why Gangorka is so disappointed at his younger brother's terrible performance. He says as much. Shoto's being a problem because of his anger and bitterness towards Inasa, and his assumptions of him because of who his father is. But what's worse is that he's feeling guilty, because he did the exact same thing to Inasa. He'd assumed stuff about him. He's a hypocrite. Damn it, calm down. He's understanding how Toyo feels now. Calm down, breathe, think, focus. Focus on the test. Gangorka's giant form is suddenly very close to him. What would Dad do? On the other side of the arena, Bakugo is snarling and gritting his teeth as he helps an old person climb out of a ditch. He might be doing the right thing, but the complaining, insult-riddled commentary that goes with it isn't doing him any favors. You losers are walking and standing. What do you mean you couldn't get to safety? He snarls, face twisted into an angry glare. Dude, relax. That face isn't reassuring anyone. Kirishima punches him in the arm lightly, helping with the rescue while Kaminari looks around for more people to help. Seriously, you helped during the Hosu City incident and went to save Toya. Why are you so terrible at this? That was different, Bakugo yells. That had been a real-life situation with Big Bro Toya on the line. How is this any different? These people are somebody's parents and grandparents. Test or not, their lives would be on the line too, Kirishima argued, scowling. Tetsu told me about how Rosé saved an old man and his dog, which she took care of. Maybe to you that's a random pet, but to that guy it was the most precious thing in the world. Bakugo stares at Kirishima, face still scowling. I know that, Bakugo replies, suddenly calm. He sounds even surprised that Kirishima would imply he didn't. Then act like it, Kirishima sighs with a small smile. Otherwise you're not gonna pass. Not passing would really suck. Bakugo agrees. But he still hisses and grits his teeth, annoyed. He'd rather be blasting bad guys to hell than carrying an old man on his back, that's for sure. He'd dealt with multiple very real-life experiences, so this test felt stupid and redundant in comparison. Yet, come to think of it, Endeavor and Frostbite always put rescue over fighting opponents. Even Mount Lady prioritized Toya's rescue. Bakugo settled down. Endeavor raised an eyebrow at his brother's text saying he was worried about Shoto. That's unusual. What was happening for him to be worried about Shoto's performance at the license exam? His son is smart, strong, and very capable. Hopefully Shoto will tell him what happened later. But for now, Endeavor had to focus on his email from Sir Nightai. A request to take Deku for her next internship as well as for Frostbite's help. Seems there were concerns about that Yakuza group Sir Nightai had been keeping an eye on for some time now. It makes sense there would be. While not in the deepest shadows of society's underbelly, the remaining Yakuza groups were under watch of the police and pro-heroes for a reason. Endeavor replied positively to Sir Nightai's request. It helped to be in the same team. Next thing. A series of murders in alleyways. Crushed bodies and skulls, like they'd been thrown against the walls and floors hard enough to splatter. No murder weapon or traces. This had to be done by a quirk. For now, he just needs to be aware of them. The police is taking charge of this. Next, Fuyumi's concerns about Hawks. Not really anything he could do about either other than check up on the winged hero and offer his support if needed. But if he truly was doing things on behalf of the Commission and acting as a spy, Angie doesn't think Hawks would accept his help. But he does send his agency an email asking if Hawks will be at the next rankings event. Of course, Angie knows he will be, but it's about creating a dialogue. He doesn't want to think about the lack of All Might for the first time in decades. No, he will never miss his performative stances and pandering fan service, but he will miss his friend being by his side. Speaking of, Enji checks for time. That's strange. The license exam should be over by now. No more texts from Toshinori and no updates from Shoto. He hopes nothing bad happened. Chapter 104. Arid. A last-second team-up with Inasa to enhance their quirks into a flaming whirlwind might have been impressive, especially while paralyzed thanks to Gang Orca's sonar, but that's not enough to make up for their squabbling. Shoto didn't pass the hero license exam. He's devastated. Todoroki! Shoto slumps and looks over his shoulder at Inasa, who has a pouting, stern expression on his face. He didn't pass neither, obviously. Inasa sees the miserable look on Shoto's face. He relates to the crushing disappointment. I'm sorry! Shoto jumps at Inasa's bow, but is so low he does smack his head into the ground. It's entirely my fault he didn't pass. My pettiness is to blame. I'm sorry. To receive an apology immediately after a situation from someone not in his family, unprompted by a parent, that's new to Shoto. Toya didn't get an apology from his bully until almost 20 years later. Natsuo got an apology from Saichi after Snatch dragged him personally to their house. Inasa, out of his own will and self-reflection, apologized publicly with the lowest bow Shoto has ever seen. He'd really misjudged the guy. That wasn't fair of him. No, it's my fault. I started it back then. I'm sorry. Shoto replies, bowing too like his mother had taught him, but not quite headbutting the ground. But thank you. The two teens stand back up and he meets Inasa's confused look. You approached me openly and honestly and helped me realize some things. The type of hero he wants to be is very different to Endeavor. But that doesn't mean that his father doesn't have many good qualities he can and should learn from. Of course, Shoto knew that already, but between his desperation to get stronger, proving himself as his own hero that should do his family proud, and chasing his uncle's light, he lost sight of what he'd always wanted to be, a smiling hero that reassures people. Which he'd failed to do before he even started his first year at UA with Inasa. So much so, he'd made the guy refuse the offer to his dream school and pick a different one. I'm really sorry, Shoto adds with a humiliated mutter. Inasa can tell he feels awful, and that hurts too. He'd misjudged the guy. Todoroki, you failed? Mina approaches him. One of our top guys failed. That's crazy. Sora whistled, hands on hips, which got him a whack to the side from Jiro for being so insensitive. I'm surprised Bakugo passed. Kaminari had his arms crossed as he side-eyed the usually explosive blonde, who, despite the scary pout, was very quiet. If it wasn't for Kirishima telling him to cool off, I think he would have failed too. Bakugo passed, yes. Yet, it feels like it was by the skin of his teeth. He'd made up for his potty mouth after Kirishima's advice to act professional, but in hindsight, he was failing. And Shoto did fail. Bakugo passing while he failed? That felt wrong. Toya had said it himself. Shoto was trained by Endeavor, had All Might as an uncle, was surrounded by heroes his entire life. How can someone like that fail at the hero license exam while Bakugo, self-taught and fighting to prove himself as the strongest, passed? Shoto faltered at the sports festival and lost. Shoto had been too slow at the training camp to save Toya. Shoto had lost focus on the goal of the license exam and failed. Bakugo had blasted through his opponents and won. Bakugo had been used as a pawn to kidnap Toya, but hadn't let that keep him down and was the main moving force to save Toya. Bakugo had started slipping, but had been brought back to focus by Kirishima in the license exam and passed. Something about all this feels wrong. The damn nerd is passing with flying colors, while to Bakugo it feels like he's fighting the world to prove himself worthy despite his rough outer demeanor, and Shoto is falling behind. How is that possible? It's frustrating. Even with the reassurance that Shoto could still catch up and get his provisional license after a 3-month training course, Bakugo can see that the boy is upset. He's the only one to have failed in their entire class. That's why Bakugo walks to All Might when he and Aizawa join the students again while they went to get their licenses. Well done, everyone, Skinny All Might praises, before smiling at Shoto, who immediately feels a reassurance he always loved from his uncle, and that just makes him feel worse. He stands off to the side with Aizawa to organize signing up for the training course. Young Bakugo, you must be very proud of your license. Except he doesn't see the blonde holding it, nor looking smug. He looks weirdly calm. Do I deserve to pass? He asks. All Might blinks. Well, clearly, since you did, so I'm asking you, All Might. Bakugo interrupts, ruby-red eyes staring straight into his idol's soul. Not what the commission thinks, or whatever. Shoto's your nephew, right? And he failed. You think that's right, but he should have failed. All Might breaks eye contact to look at Shoto, who has his head down in shame as he speaks to Aizawa. His homeroom teacher almost looked like he's about to comfort the boy with how his brows crease in pain at seeing one of his top students curl in on himself. Yes, he answers Bakugo. Shoto deserved to fail, which he will learn from to become a better hero and person. Did you watch me too? If All Might dares to believe it, it sounds like Bakugo has a tinge of doubt in his voice. Of course. It's a good thing you had young Kirishima with you. All Might says firmly, and something in the boy before him relaxes. From what you saw, do you think I deserve my license? The question lingers in the air, and All Might doesn't know what to say. It's not his responsibility to pass or fail the students in this particular exam. He doesn't say anything, just stares at the blonde, who pouts in a very familiar way. Endeavor would be honest with me, Bakugo grumbles. I really look up to you, All Might, he adds under his breath, like he's embarrassed to admit it, even though it's such a common sentiment to feel. What you think matters to me. Toshinori knows that the boy had spilled his guts to Enji about something important. It's odd to say, but from afar it looked like Bakugo felt safe around Enji. It's clear Bakugo's parents loved him deeply, but that they might not understand their son all too well. Similarly to how Harrow had to fight tooth and nail to understand Enji. They're very similar, those two. You're the top student for a reason, Bakugo, All Might finally says. Bakugo looks up at him, waiting for the ball to drop. But before you can become a pro hero, you need to be able to deal and interact with all sorts of people to make them feel safe and reassured. If it had been up to me, I would have failed you. Bakugo knew that was going to be his answer, and yet it still stings. The blonde turns heel away from his teacher and beelines towards Aizawa, who has just finished helping Shoto sign up for the support classes. Mr. Aizawa, I want to sign up for the extra training too. What exactly is Deku to you? Bakugo had asked him that after he and Aizawa had visited his house to pitch the ideas of the dormitories. At the time, All Might had lied to him then, but it's clear that might not have been the right thing to say. Toshinori still struggles when it comes to handling the truth about One for All. It's something he's hidden for so long and only shared with a select few after much nagging and nearly dying. Bakugo had wanted him to be honest with him, and All Might didn't grant him that kindness. Toshinori jumps at the buzzing of his phone. He checks it and sees it's from Enji. I got no news from Shoto. Is everything okay? They've made it back to UA now, later afternoon, and everybody's retired to their dormitories. Even All Might has a teacher's one. Toya isn't back yet. He must still be out investigating. For Shoto to not text his dad, he must really be upset. Toshinori lingers on his brother's phone number and presses it. Enji picks up instantly. Toshi, what happened? It sounds like he had been worrying. Apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Shoto failed. Toshinori just says it as it is. He was squabbling with another student and lost focus. Shoto? Squabbling? Enji sounds in disbelief. With his siblings, sure, but with other kids? In an exam? Unthinkable. Who was the other student? A kid from Shiketsu, Inasa Yoarashi. He has a powerful wind quirk. Toshinori replied matter of fact. Enji remembers that name. He met a kid called that many years ago. Maybe that was the same boy Shoto had gotten annoyed with at the entrance exam. To think that would come back to fail him. Toshinori hears him sigh. He can still get his license in 3 months of a remedial course, but I don't doubt that's done a blow to his morale. Enji was absolutely sure it had. Everybody else passed? He asks. Yes. Although Bakugo turned down getting his license and asked to sign up for the remedial course. What? Enji asks firmly, more confused than anything. He scowls. What did you say to him? Aizawa was very surprised to get a phone call from the Endeavor agency. If he knew the Todoroki family any less, he might think it was a call from the father demanding answers as to why his son had been failed. But what he got asked instead confused him even more. Could I get permission to take Izuku and Bakugo out this evening? Aizawa stared at the wall in confusion. Can I ask why you're asking about them instead of your son? He asks instead. All Might already filled me in on everything. That explains it. Getting straight to the point does seem to be Endeavor's way of communicating. You can't tell me you're alright with Bakugo of all people renouncing his provisional license. Admittedly, Aizawa had been very shocked when the blonde made the demand, but also relieved because, yes, while he had made up for his swearing and insults, he too felt that Bakugo barely scraping a pass wasn't good enough, especially for Bakugo. I'm alright with it in the sense I think it'll benefit him, the teacher replies. But it does make me concerned for his mental state. He knows that's what Endeavor was getting at. He and Izuku have a tumultuous relationship. Bakugo admitted some things to me before the final exam when some of your students were revising at my house. I don't want to expose what he said, but if they don't sort out their issues, it's going to end up with a fight that you'll end up having to deal with. Despite that being his literal job, Aizawa would rather not deal with that. It sounds like you're speaking from experience, he says. That's what everybody says. Endeavor grunts. This isn't like Natsuo and Saichi. Aizawa knows that. For all the experience he'd gotten of his first ever class, he always seems to be learning and dealing with new situations. I want to get Izuku and Bakugo out of UA and give them a chance to sort things out with supervision before they go sort it out themselves. His students have a habit of wandering off into trouble. Aizawa taps his desk in thought. As soon as he got back to UA, Shoto locked himself into his room and hid under the cover of his futon. He curled under them so tightly he hoped he'd get stuck and suffocate. Not even Momo, or Tenya, or Kaminari, or Izuku, or any of his classmates knocking on his door asking if he's okay or hungry got a peep out of him. He felt so ashamed. Both his dad and brother had passed their hero license in their first year on their first go, and he failed, all the while being a massive hypocrite. For all his talk about hating assumptions being made about him, his mind was now being played with every single time he'd made an unfair assumption about someone, not even realizing what he was doing. It's mortifying. There's another knock on his door, but Shoto doesn't respond to it. Shoto? It's Izuku. Endeavor is outside UA to take me and Kachan out for something. Do you not want to see him? Absolutely not. Seeing his dad is the absolute last thing he wants to do right now. He doesn't want to see his uncle neither, his idol, who he humiliated himself in front of. They both had to be so disappointed. If his dad was here, it meant he already knew. Shoto? Izuku got no answer. Shoto can hear some muffled voices behind him. Here's Aizawa too, and another voice that doesn't sound like any of his teachers or classmates. Shoto, can you please come out? A warm voice reaches Shoto. It's his grandpa. Shoto uncurls ever so slightly from his covers, shuffling to the door while still cocooned in his blankets, and cracks the door open just enough for his grey-brown eye to peek out. Oh, Peppermint. His grandpa smiles sweetly to him at the sight of his upset grandson. I don't want to see Dad, or Uncle, or Mum. Shoto mumbles, hiding behind the door. Maybe if his mum had been able to keep him out of UA, she'd have saved him the humiliation. You don't have to. Harrow shakes his head. How about we go out instead? Just the two of us. He glances to Aizawa, who is in the corridor with him, Izuku, and Bakugo. As long as that's alright with you. Aizawa nods. He'd rather his students didn't rot in bed under the pressure of a single failure. Shoto stares a little longer at his grandpa before sighing and nodding. He'd like that. Enji didn't see Shoto when he went to UA with Kurumada on the way home from work to pick Izuku and Bakugo up, but he did pick his father up from the train station so he could go check on Shoto, and that was plenty enough. The ride to the Todoroki abode was very quiet, which, considering Bakugo and Kurumada were in a tight space and closer proximity, was abnormal to the highest degree. Neither of the two students knew what the de facto number one hero wanted from them, but he'd asked Aizawa to take them out of UA for the evening and he'd given permission, so it had to be important. They barely spent any time at the Todoroki house itself, only enough to greet Rei and Fumi, who were enjoying some time in the living room while the mother and daughter duo caught up on their day. They did give each other concerned glances. As soon as Enji had been told by Toshinori that Shoto failed, he of course told the rest of the family individually, not in the group chat. Izuku, in his t-shirt that said bed shirt on it, his shorts, an arm sleeve on his right upper arm, and his obnoxious red shoes, and Bakugo, in his dark blue tank top, black sweatpants, and brown loafers, found themselves on Sekoto Peak with Enji, who wore a black tank top and sweatpants with blue trainers that had orange-red highlights. So much for making fun of All Might for wearing his own merch. Despite Izuku describing you two as childhood friends, you don't act like it, Enji said once they reached a clearing. With how tall and thick the trees were, the sky was completely hidden, making it feel like a roofed arena. I know from Bakugo why that is. Izuku blinked and looked to his friend in confusion, which made Bakugo bristle as he looked away, gritting his teeth. You were able to work together flawlessly when facing off against All Might, so it's not that you're unable to. You, Bakugo, just don't want to. And Izuku doesn't know why because you two don't talk. Enji walks to a tree and leans on it. That's what you're here for. Seriously? Bakugo hisses, annoyed. Sure, he'd wanted to talk about Izuku's new quirk, vent his current frustrations. But to talk about the past when he'd already done so to Endeavor? This is stupid. Endeavor, I'm sorry, I don't understand, Izuku voiced, getting a bit nervous. Why take us out of UA for this? Surely this could have just been sorted out between them and Aizawa. Or maybe not. Because as everybody keeps saying, Bakugo reminds them a lot of me. Enji sticks a thumb to himself. Take that whichever way you want. Bakugo wasn't sure if it was an insult, compliment, or observation. And you, Izuku, remind me a lot of All Might. You two have the potential to be a ferocious team if you'd get over whatever issues you have and got along. That's easy for you to say. You and All Might have been friends for donkey's years, Bakugo yelled, pointing at Enji accusingly, as if that was a crime. I initially hated All Might. That killed any fury the blonde had, and the two students looked at Enji, then to each other, then back to Enji. You two need to talk things out. Or fight it out. Chapter 105. Perspiring. Izuku stammered in shock at Endeavor's order. Fight? Wait, why does it have to be like that? He's looking with panic at the pro hero lazily leaning against a tree. Talking's fine, right, Kachan? I don't want to fight you. Why not? Bakugo sounds angry, despite his scarily stoic face. His eyes are burning. Afraid you'll hurt me, Deku. What? Izuku is interrupted by an explosion aimed to his face, but he dodges it with ease, his body covered in the glowing stripes of One for All. The explosion hits the ground, already scorched from years of the Todoroki training there. I said wait! Bakugo doesn't. Only once had Enji been in such an angry state that he flew off the handle this easily. The one time he tried to actually hurt All Might. Maybe he would have been angrier all the time if his father hadn't been there over the years to whack him on the head with a rolled up magazine. But Bakugo was always ready to, and could, snap and blow somebody's head off at a wrongly spoken word. Or any word. Even just silence. And with everything that happened in such a short amount of time, that's why Enji wanted Bakugo and Izuku to have time to clear the air. A lot had changed, including their dynamic now that Izuku wasn't a bullyable, quirkless victim anymore. Not that he's doing a great job at proving that with how he's getting kicked in the chin after running away from a series of explosions. They're loud, so it's a good thing they're so far from any civilization, with the trees thick with leaves muffling the echoes. Otherwise, somebody would be calling the police. As the two teens get into it, Enji becomes nothing but a background presence to their confrontation. He has no intention of intervening until they've both tired each other out, and his thoughts wander. He hasn't heard anything from either Burnin or Toya all day since they left earlier. He hopes they're doing alright. Earlier that day, just after the license exam. The lack of a Shimura household to investigate weighed heavy on Toya's heart. It's upsetting how little he got from that empty terrain full of fresh grass and newly bloomed daisies. Something he didn't verbalize, but it showed on his face. Sorry for making you go through all this, Moe. Toya sighs as they walk to the bus stop, having said goodbye to the police chief. You've done nothing but indulge me in my desperation to find out more about Tenko. We've traveled all this way and... His voice trails off. He feels bad for wasting the woman's time when she could be doing psychic duties. I didn't say I was done. Her retort makes Toya snap his head at her, confused. She's holding 2 more files that she fished out of her bag. Sure, I thought we'd be on this longer, which is why I didn't say anything, but... She gave Toya a smug smirk, a proud twinkle in her eyes. I got permission to look into a series of new murder cases that I think are connected to the League, and I tracked down Twice's old boss. Toya could kiss her, he was so happy. So he does. He threw his arms around her in a huge, tight hug and kissed her cheek hard before grabbing the files out of her hands. I love you so much, Moe, you're amazing, came the yelled out words as Toya skipped forwards, flipping through Twice's file with vivacity. Jin Bubai Gawara. Oh, I remember him. He's a highly wanted criminal for committing numerous armed robberies. I thought his quirk was familiar, but I didn't recognize him since he had a mask on, and Jin would make a lot more clones. Twice said he doesn't like making clones of himself, so I didn't make the connection. Toya hasn't even noticed that he's walked off further ahead, lost in his rambles, leaving behind a stunned Moe. She stands there, staring at the white-haired man walking away from her. He hasn't even realized what he's just done and said, too caught up in his own excitement about having more info on the League members to investigate. Her hair flickers of a bright, luminescent glow as she holds the cheek Toya kissed so enthusiastically and swallows, before following a high-spirited Toya who is already calling Twice's old boss to find out more about him and hopefully his origins. She jumps out of her shocked state when her phone buzzed. A work email. As Moa catches up to Toya, who's waiting at the bus stop while reading the new email, Toya was impatiently waiting for his call to be picked up. The phone number he got from the files was of Twice's old workplace. Hopefully his former boss would still be there and... Hello? Hello, my name is Todoroki. I'm calling to ask about a former employee of yours, Jin Bubai Gawara. Toya's voice was bouncy and excited, not at all fitting the topic of what he wanted to ask about. As in, Endeavor's son. The voice on the other end sounded unsure. Yeah, I'm helping with investigating the League of Villains, of which Jin is a member. I wanted to ask about what he was like when working for you. The peppy tone of his voice must be confusing to the person on the other end. Everything about his time here has already been reported by the police. The man on the phone sounds serious, maybe even tired. I have nothing more to add. No, I know, and your cooperation is highly appreciated, but I wanted to know more about Jin himself. Toya realizes he might need to take it down a notch. He breathes in, counts to 3, and breathes out. I realize he's been a highly wanted criminal for a while, but there's nothing about him before his criminal record. Toya stops to check the notes. The motorcycle accident. I wanted to know if you could give me some insight of his personality, that sort of thing. The man, who had to be Twice's old boss, is silent, before he sighs heavily. The accident and his recklessness caused my company a major loss. He sounds bitter. Toya's enthusiasm is shot. The victim of the accident was a staff member of a long-time customer who cut all ties with us. The report says it was an accident. His voice is tight. He clears his throat. I just want to know more about Jin. His personal life, family, anything before his criminal record, please. He has no family. It's a punch to the gut. His parents were killed by a villain attack when he was in middle school, and he had no other family members to adopt him. I was the one that hired him, gave him food and shelter. Not a bad kid, but something of a loner. Toya's gut twists. How many kids have been orphaned due to villain attacks? The list seemed endless. Uncle Toshio was on it, so was his grandfather. His dad could have been on that list too if his grandfather had been killed. So when you fired him, he had no one to support him? Toya asks, eyebrows furrowing. You were his sole support as a kid and you took that away from him. He ruined my company. The man on the other end got heated. He sounded offended. I have a family to support and employees with their own families to pay. Losing that major client made me have to grovel and start from the ground up again. Toya swallows. He can't deny the ripple effect Jin's accident had, but considering it had been just that, an accident. What happened to him afterwards? Toya tries to keep it steady, but it's hard when his emotions are forever clogging up his reasoning. He gets so emotional all the time, it's annoying. He used to make a lot of clones of himself, but doesn't anymore. Would you know? I don't know. The voice sounds irritated. And I don't care. He's been trouble enough. I want nothing to do with him. Toya understands that and doesn't blame the man, but it still hurts. He could put himself in Twice's shoes so easily. To hear such harsh words being said by someone who had provided for a child with nothing made Toya's heart ache. It was painfully easy for him to imagine his own parents saying something like that, and he wouldn't blame them either for the damage he'd done. Don't try and blame me for what he decided to do later in life. I'm not. Toya clears his throat. I'm not. He decided to do those crimes as an adult. I think... He pauses. There's no point arguing. Just because he thinks the man should have gone about things differently doesn't mean the other will see it that way. Thank you for indulging my questions. I'm sorry for bothering you. Toya ends the call. The revelations he had about Twice were almost as bad as the ones he'd had when interviewing Himiko's parents. Maybe he should take the hint and stop interviewing people. I'm guessing that didn't go as planned. Moa's voice brings him back from his sad thoughts. He's not panicking, hallucinating, or hyperventilating for a change, but he looks downtrodden and sad. Moa is angry that the world kept trying to dampen Toya's light. He did so much to help people. He doesn't deserve this sort of treatment. I'm sorry. It's not your fault. Toya smiles weakly at the woman. Plus, I got more insight on Jin. He was a kid of nothing, then became an adult with nothing. Toya's voice trails off, looking out onto the road as she and Moe wait for the next bus to the train station. He wanted to go home. Which would be UA now, but at least Harusame would be at UA. A loner. That's how he was described. It makes sense why he'd want to join a group of like-minded people. Moe watches as Toya's gaze looks far away, focusing on something he can't see. A smile twitches upward. He gets along with Himiko. Even though he hates making clones of himself for some reason, he did anyway to join the League. And Himiko supported him. He looks at the fiery-haired woman with deep, sad eyes. She praised him. Moe doesn't understand why that seems to mean so much to him, but it does. A loner with a quirk to make clones, she muttered, her orange-red eyes never tearing away from Toya's blues. If I were him, I'd make multiple versions of myself to not feel lonely. He used to do that, Toya hummed, remembering the many crimes he committed with multiples of himself. I wonder what happened. The two stare at each other for a beat longer, before Moe grabs Twice's folder from Toya's hand and puts it back in her backpack. Want to look at the murder cases? She offers to try and get Toya's mind off of the sadness weighing down his heart. Sure. They're morbid, just like every murder cases. Crushed skulls and splattered bodies in alleyways. 30 of them strewn across different parts of various towns. All of the recognized victims were small-time criminals or wannabe villains. No murder, weapon, or traces. It has to be Magno, Toya states as he flips through the file, looking at the gory images. To not traumatize the average citizen, he and Moa are sitting in the corner of the bus, squished together with how crowded it is, but at least concealing the murder scenes. Her previous murders were similar. It's how she injured Pixie Bob. I'll let the police know, Moa hummed. Of course Toya would make that connection. He's been obsessing over the League longer than Moa had been made aware of them, what with trying to help Himiko and Shigaraki long before the League was made. One more thing, the agency has been made aware of a situation with the license exams. Toya's head snapped to Moe. Is Shoto alright? A hand is raised to his face, sharp finger pressed against his lips. Relax, I would have brought it up immediately if he was hurt, Moe says flatly. It's got to do with a student from Shiketsu, Kamie Utsushimi. Shiketsu is doing their own investigation. She participated in the license exam, but wasn't found anywhere after it. They had to take the bus home without her, and they found her at the high school. Turns out she was out cold for a few days, but because it was over the weekend, nobody noticed. With Toya being quiet, Moe retrieves her sharp finger from where it's pressed against his lips and shows Toya the email from the agency. Since Shota participated in the exam too, we got a report of the events. Actually, Izuku Midoriya, his classmate, is mentioned too. Izuku is. Toya's eyebrow raises and reads over the email. Turns out, Izuku encountered Kamiya himself during the exam, but when he spoke to the Shiketsu students, the quirk he describes wasn't Kamiya's. Somebody impersonated her. Seems like it, Moe hummed, putting all her files into her backpack and her phone in her pocket. Utsushimi's quirk is glamour. She can make visual and auditory illusions. But from what Midoriya described, she took the appearance of Uraraka, which melted off of her when she returned to her own appearance. Toya's mind is whirling. What quirk has he encountered that does that? He can't think of any. The closest is Twice's clones, which also melted when enough damage is done to them, as the Razorhead and Vlad King had reported from fighting them at the training camp. But they melt into nothing, not another person. My gut tells me this has to do with the League too, Toya mutters, then sighs, slumping against Moe. But at the moment, I'd associate a coincidental petty theft of the League. He looks defeated. Thanks, Moe. It means a lot, but you've done all this for me. It's not just for you, it's also for Endeavor. Moe snorts as she lets Toya lean against her. I'm a flaming psychica. Research and investigation on behalf of the agency is my job. With her body temperature hair licking against Toya's cheeks, it's like he's being tickled by Harusume's whiskers. He smiles. You're great at it, he murmurs. Moe, with her cheeks still buzzing from how intensely Toya kissed it, blushes. I should call Izuku directly, see if he has anything he could add. Toya does just as he said, but it goes straight to voicemail. Weird. He tries again. Straight to voicemail. Really weird. Izuku is so quick to reply usually. Maybe he's busy hanging out with friends. How? How'd I end up teaming up with a dweeb 3 times I was always playing catch-up? Bakugo cries as he picks himself up from where Izuku kicked him to the ground and tried to help him back up. Something he took offense to. Why did a twerp like you get that kind of power? You got All Might to recognize you. You got way stronger. Meanwhile, He hiccups, covered in dirt with hurt and confusion in his eyes while Izuku stares at him wide-eyed. I was used to bait Big Bro Toya into getting kidnapped and cause the end of All Might. Even though he was quirkless, he always chased after me. I was always praised, and yet he always looked at me like he could keep up. Enji remembers what Bakugo told him that time he came to study with the others. It wasn't anything that Enji hadn't already experienced, but from Izuku's perspective, in a way. And Bakugo's feelings wasn't something new to the family neither. Always looking down on me. Bakugo is a prideful boy with a surprisingly fragile heart. He takes offense quickly and hates being slighted by others, especially those he considers extras. Enji has never experienced feeling so prideful he'd think that way of others, but he can definitely understand how a boy praised since he was born for his intelligence and quirk and deeply loved by his parents would give him blind arrogance. On the other hand, Izuku is a soft child of a kind heart, a gentle demeanor that hides a ferociously driven heroic soul. While Izuku looked up and admired Bakugo, the blonde, whether consciously or not, felt challenged by Izuku despite him being originally quirkless, and saw him as a challenge. And now that he has this powerful quirk that he's been learning to wield with the likes of All Might and Endeavor backing him up, he sees Izuku as a threat. It challenges his shakeable pride and blurs his future. For those who grew up with comfort and little pushback until recently, that sort of growth is belittling and terrifying. But to those who have known only discomfort and struggle, and who have the heart to pick themselves back up instead of letting the world continue to kick them, there's no way but up. Enji finds himself in the latter category, with the understanding of the former. Now that he has so much to lose, he fears the threats towards those things and people. Bakugo finally being honest about that, or at the very least verbalizing it, is why it's so easy for Izuku to accept to fight him instead of just talking. Sometimes you have to punch a few walls down to get to the truth of things that are impossible to put a name to. But that's not the case for everyone. Shoto would much rather talk things out than fight over a good meal, something Haro fully understands and relates to, which is why instead of being beaten into a pulp at Sekoto Peak, Shoto is being treated to soba by his grandfather in a cozy restaurant lit by a soft orange hue, sitting side by side. Toya's kidnapping made you feel like you weren't good enough, so you put a special focus on getting stronger. Haro hums, eating his own soba. Shoto silently nodded. You wanted to prove that in the license exam, but that boy riling you up threw you off course, and now you feel worse than before. Another nod. His grandfather snorting a laugh makes Shoto shoot him an insulted look. Sorry, you're just such a Todoroki. Shoto takes another mouthful of soba, not feeling reassured. Dad and Natsu both got their licenses in their first year, and I failed because I let some stupid words get to my head. He's upset, eyes downcast and barely able to enjoy his favorite meal. You know, for how much you dislike being compared to others, you compare yourself a lot, Haro comments, which makes Shoto look at him with wide eyes. Unintentionally, just like how you unintentionally assume things about others. Shoto groans and drops his head to the table, narrowly missing slamming his forehead onto his dish. I'm such a hypocrite, he whines. The fact you feel bad about it shows you're not, really, Haro chuckles, smiling at his grandson. A true hypocrite would double down and deny or even excuse it. Mismatching eyes lift to look at his grandfather with the sad eyes of a kicked puppy. I don't speak about how things were before when it was just your dad and I, mainly because I don't want to burden you kids with depressing stories, but I used to feel that way all the time. Like a hypocrite? Shoto questions, straightening his back. Like I'm not good enough, Haro corrects, then pauses and thinks for a moment. I still feel that way sometimes. As does your dad. Your mum struggles too with the feeling, and Toya, well, he pauses again. You were a baby, so you wouldn't remember, but Toya thought you and Natsu were born to replace him. Shoto's eyebrows raised. I knew he was maybe jealous of my quirk when we were little, but I didn't realize I went that far, he admitted. I'm guessing Uncle Toshi feels that way too sometimes, not being good enough. He and your dad are the worst when it comes to that, Haro chuckles. Sorry, Shoto, that trait comes from me. And, well, your grandmother too, if I'm being honest. It just means you're really one of us. Haro reaches out to ruffle Shoto's hair, who closes his eyes and smiles a little. Grandmother? He cracks one eye open. Your dad's mother, Haro elaborates, retrieving his hand to grab his tea. My wife. On paper only, though, I guess. If that. She was always proving herself to her parents while simultaneously rebelling against them. You've never spoken about her, Shoto points out. Didn't want to burden you with depressing stories, Haro repeats sheepishly after a sip of his tea. Why was she always trying to prove herself? His grandson asks, curious at the topic and mind distracted from his own shortcomings. Various reasons, but it all stems from the fact that her parents wanted the boy to inherit their company. Haro sighs softly, rubbing the back of his neck. They got married older and struggled with having kids. From what I remember, they paid a lot of money for procedures. Akihime, your grandmother, was their last chance at a child, and when she ended up being a girl, they grew better. That's... Shoto tries to find the word he's looking for but isn't a straight-out insult. Shallow. It's something that mattered to them. Harrow shrugged, agreeing that it indeed was shallow. They're the types that prioritize social status and appearances. So obviously they didn't approve of me. What? Why not? Shoto scowled, liking these people less and less. Your dad taught me to toughen up, but as a teen, I was a total pushover. Yes, way more than now. You haven't said it, but I can tell you're thinking it. Harrow jokes at the blank fish expression Shoto shoots him. I wasn't the husband material they wanted for Akihime. They would have preferred someone they'd be proud to call their son-in-law, and meek, shy me wasn't what they wanted. I never would have been able to be an authoritative presence in the company. What was the company, exactly? Despite the topic not being the happiest, it helps Shoto feel less enraged with himself and upset. Plus, he's learning more about his grandfather, which was never something Shoto would turn down. Something to do with textiles. They made good money, and it gave him a false sense of superiority, Harrow explained. After being belittled for all this by All For One, it was easy to talk casually with sweet, patient, and empathetic Shoto. The point of all of this is to say that for as bad as you feel about yourself for not doing as good as you think you should be doing, nobody else in this family feels that way. You are your own worst critic. Shoto looks at his kindly grandfather, the man smiling with eyes that know all too well how Shoto is feeling. Because for how much of a chaotic, awkward goblin of a child Shoto can be at times, he and Harrow are the same at their core. Self-critical to a fault, on the awkward side, and oh so sensitive. None of those are bad things. They can be incredibly good things. Self-reflection encourages growth. Being a little awkward can be endearing, and being sensitive leads to empathy and understanding. But if stained with negativity, hurt, and anger, all three become destructive and stagnate growth. They can quickly spiral into hatred, if not for others, definitely to oneself. Something Harrow is all too familiar with. Even if he never fully hated himself, disappointment and never being able to say a single kind word about himself wasn't any better. And he knows Shoto would have that tendency too. Dad really isn't disappointed? Shoto asks in a small voice. Nor Mum? They could never be. Harrow smiles tenderly at him. You failed this exam. That's okay, even a good thing. Learn from your mistakes, retake the exam, and catch up with the others. It sounds like you won't be alone anyway. You'll have Bakugo keeping you company. That'll stop things getting boring for sure. Shoto snorts a little laugh. He can't deny that. In a way, he's relieved he's not alone, even if it was because Bakugo refused for his license after speaking to All Might. Failing an exam he normally should have taken in second year isn't the end of the world, even if it felt like it initially. But learning from it, instead of dwelling on it, to grow into somebody better, a pro hero he can be proud of, Shoto can do that. Yeah, he can definitely do that. Shoto thinks happily as he and his grandfather enjoy their meal in the cozy restaurant. Enji watches as Izuku parries a particularly angry and powerful blast from Bakugo, making a blow in both of their faces and knocking them to the ground. They're sweating and panting heavily, scratched up, dirty, and a little singed. The ground beneath them becomes damp with their sweat, their limbs shaking violently with every breath. It seems like a draw, Enji thinks as he pushes himself off of the tree. It seems that way until Bakugo slams a hand on the ground and with a pained groan of effort forces himself up onto his hands and knees, clumsily places a foot forward and staggers into a standing pose, sweat dripping down his jaw and chin in thick droplets. He looms over Izuku, who has made no effort to get up. He looks at the blonde with half-lidded eyes, breathing heavily. Bakugo gasps wetly, before clenching his teeth. The last one standing. It's my win. His chest rises and falls almost violently, muscles bulging under his tank top. Even with a power like All Might's, you lost. Why? Because when it comes to raw skill, you're stronger. Enji speaks now that the two have beaten each other into exhaustion. You're naturally adept with your quirk, and your hard work has enhanced that. Izuku knows that because he's admired you for years. That's why he works 10 times as hard as anybody else. He walks over two teens and helps Izuku into a sitting position, who has spit dripping down his chin. If I'm so strong, why did All Might choose him? Bakugo's voice is tight. Izuku bites his lip and looks with big eyes at his uncle, wishing to be honest with the blonde. Enji says nothing for a moment before looking to Bakugo. I was too weak to save myself and got Big Bro Toya kidnapped, so we've known All for One had been after Toya for a while now, Enji explains. Toya should have stayed with the pro heroes, but he didn't. The fact you went so far as to save him personally with Izuku, Shoto, Ida, and Yaoyorozu proves you're not weak. His expression softens ever so slightly. You're a child. Look at how strong you are now and think about how much stronger you'll get over time when you grow. Bakugo doesn't know what to do with Endeavor being tender like this. Is this what Deku saw when he trained for the sports festival? Bakugo doesn't believe it for a second. The jump in Deku's strength in those 2 weeks have been insane. You said you hated All Might. Why? Bakugo asks, dropping into a crouch while crossing his arms over his knees. He's tired. Today had far too many emotions, even though you two are so close. It's a long list, Enji admits with a grumpy pout, and he too makes his way to the ground, the two teens and himself sitting in a small circle. But initially, I was frustrated. Bakugo's eye peeks from behind his arm. All Might seemed superhuman to me. All I had ever seen of him was this larger-than-life comic book character with no limits. Meanwhile, struggle and train as I did with my quirk, I never seemed to get good enough. He looks at Izuku, who is watching and listening intently, understanding why Endeavor had been so set on training him. They both struggled with their quirks, unlike Bakugo and All Might. What is it I'm missing? Bakugo asks, catching their attention. He looks upset, hurt, and his voice echoes it. What's going on? I don't understand. Why was All for One after Big Bro Toya? How are you and All Might friends? Why does Deku have his power? Why? He stops himself and hides his face behind his arms. I don't understand. Bakugo feels out of the loop. His whole life, things had seemed so simple and so clear. And now he has no idea. It's like everybody is in on some big secret and muttering behind his back about how stupid he is for not knowing. Izuku and Enji look at each other. Toshinori might be upset with me later, but I don't care. With all that's happened, I think you should get to know. Bakugo looks up again, teary-eyed and confused. It's not particularly late when Shoto is escorted back to UA by his grandfather, but it's late enough that he's ready to crash. As they reach the gates of the school, he sees Kurumada's car pulled up, and the tall figure of his dad is standing by it, along with his uncle and Toya's. It looks like they're talking about something serious, as Bakugo has his head down while All Might holds him kindly by the shoulders, a hand in his hair. Izuku and Bakugo look worse for wear, with scratches and bruises littering their face and visible skin, showing they've been in a fight, but were on the tail end of that. Shoto sprints forward, steps loud enough that his father hears and turns just as Shoto reaches him and wraps his arms around his huge form. Enji is surprised at the sudden hug, but it's not the first time one of his sons has done that. He returns it. I failed the license exam, Shoto admits, even though his dad already knows. But I'm taking extra lessons, and I'll catch up to everyone. He sniffs, and pulls back enough to look at his dad. Tell Mum I'm working really hard. Enji can see determination in his son's eyes, a little red from exhaustion and the huge amount of emotions today, but his spirits are lifted. He smiles to him. You always do, Shoto, he praises kindly, before looking up at his own father, who has his chest puffed out like a proud peacock. Clearly, both men felt the same way about the teenager. Izuku smiles with a little happy blush as he stands by Toshinori, Bakugo on the other side of him who is pouting. Beside him, Toya, who has been filled in on everything that has happened, is grinning from ear to ear. Sure, today was a bit of a bust of investigating the League, and he wanted to ask Izuku about Kamie and that whole situation, but it's clear from their scrapes, bruises, and tired expressions that it could all wait for tomorrow. There was a lot to process. Bakugo clenched his jaw and inhaled deeply. Deku. He glared at his rival, who looked at him with a smile. You still piss me off. Great start. But He stops and thinks about the many things Endeavor had said when explaining everything. So much of everything that Bakugo understands why All Might took to Izuku so easily. A quirkless kid with no sense of purpose who desires to help others. It makes so much sense it stings. I mistook a lot. Everything. As an insult. Toshinori looks at the blonde, then back up to Enji. His eyes are on Bakugo, watching him. I probably should apologize. He swallows thickly. It's humiliating. But between Toya headbutting him with kindness, even though he was a victim of bullying himself for quirk reasons he couldn't control, being exposed to more than his little corner of the world with all the strange and vast personalities of his classmates, with the likes of Endeavor weirdly looking out for him, for a moment, he can swallow his pride. I will apologize. He looks determinedly at Izuku, who for some reason looks confused, but only when I figure out for sure what I'm apologizing for. Izuku doesn't fully understand what's going through Bakugo's brain. It sounds like he knows, but that maybe he still needs to wrap his mind around everything first. But something has definitely shifted between the two, and he feels like he can smile. Okay, he grins. Next time we fight, though, I'm gonna win. Huh? I could let you. Bakugo switches right back to his usual attitude, sneering at his rival. You won't have a choice. Izuku isn't intimidated. He doesn't feel belittled or condescended to anymore. I'm going to continue to hone my skills, and I will win fair and square. Like I said, as if I'm going to let you. Toshinori can't help the laugh that leaves him, something that gains a smile from Enji. Maybe the two can't be pro-heroes together anymore, but they can still be teachers and help each other that way, just like how Hara has been teaching for years and connected with Fuyumi over it. It seems that Izuku and Bakugo battling it out helped more than just clear the air between the two teenagers, but also created another bridge between Enji and Toshinori. Toya grins widely too. You're so cool, Katsuki. He cackles at the blonde who is baring his teeth like a dog. What are you talking about? Bakugo asks. Admitting you've got things to work on and actually facing those things. That's so cool. Toya grins and with two hands aggressively ruffles the spiky-haired child, who complains. This feels like it's going to lead up to something awesome. Even though Bakugo is swatting Toya away like he's an annoying fly, Izuku and Shoto's face match Bakugo's grin. Is everything sorted and perfect? No, absolutely not. And it probably never will be. But things have gotten a bit better, and they will continue to get better with a stubborn set of kids like these, no matter what the world throws at them. Chapter 106, Overheating. So, my shoot style, what do you think of it? Izuku mumbles as he scrubs shampoo into his dirt-caked hair. Gotta cut down on telegraphing your moves. Even though you got faster, I still managed to react in time. That's not good in a melee battle. Bakugo grumbles back after using the shower head to get rid of the soap suds littering his body. Gotcha. When you added punches to the mix, that really pissed me off. Gotcha. Shoto tilts his head with a curious little smile as Izuku and Bakugo scrub themselves clean in the shared baths to wash off the grime before heading to bed. Well, for Izuku and Bakugo to wash off the grime, considering they're covered in dirt, grazes, and growing bruises, but Shoto too needed a bath. He's in between the two, all three in different stages of soap covered, before they were to rinse off and head into the pool-sized bath all the boys used. I'm honestly kind of glad you know the truth now too, Bakugo, Shoto admits as they all soak in the hot water, Izuku becoming jellified at how relaxing the heat was to his bruised but not broken body. Was it a massive shock? Not really. I'd guessed something was going on. This nerd isn't exactly secretive. Bakugo shrugs, spiky hair wet and sticking to his face. Neither are you. It was easy to accidentally eavesdrop on the two, after all. Shoto gives a sheepish laugh in return. It explains why the villains were after Big Bro Toya, though. Yeah, Shoto sighs, slouching a bit. It seems to only be All for One who is interested in Toya, not Tenko. You're really gonna call Shigaraki that? Bakugo raises an eyebrow. Well, that's his name. Shoto smiles. Toya had given them a quick debrief before he left to the teachers' dormitories. Tenko. It's nicer than Tomura Shigaraki. To think the whole family was wiped out. Izuku's chest feels heavy. He's not sure why. Burden and Toya maybe didn't find much, but the implications alone are plenty. To think All for One would go as far as to use All Might's teacher's own grandson. Sounds about right for a wannabe demon lord, Bakugo snorts. Shoto hums in thought, playing with the bathwater a little. Endeavor said Gran Torino and Detective Takauchi are leading the search for his whereabouts. Yeah, so All Might can focus on recovery and being a teacher. Izuku nods. Also because it'd be too personal. If push comes to shove, even if he still had one for all, I don't think All Might would be able to fight Shigaraki. Technically, Shoto's voice makes the blonde and freckled face look to the boy, who has a thoughtful expression. Since Grandma Nana is my grandma because she's Uncle Might's mentor, that would make Tenko a cousin like you, Izuku. So it's personal to all of us. What's with you and family trees? Bakugo asks flatly. And that's not how they work. Teachers and students don't count as family. They do if we say they do, Shoto replies with a bright smile. Uncle Might considered Grandma Nana like a mother, so that counts in my books. Your books are weird. Yep. The whole Todoroki family is weird, and Shoto won't deny it. I get that Tenko is a villain right now, but if he's Grandma Nana's biological grandson, he can't be all bad. I'm gonna be real, it felt pretty bad being trapped in the Magic Man's marble. Bakugo snarled weakly, splashing water in Shoto's direction. Did you see the state Big Bro Toya was in when we rescued him? Face and neck bruised and covered in blood. Not to mention kidnapped. I'm not saying he isn't bad. Shoto, dripping with water from Bakugo's attack, replied. But if he was just pure evil, he'd never have cared to help Toya and Grandpa pick out a gaming console or video games. Bakugo's unconvinced expression tells Shoto he doesn't get what the boy is saying, since a small act of kindness like that doesn't outweigh literally everything else the young man has done and is probably going to do. I'd like to play video games with him. A soft sniffle jolted Bakugo and Shoto out of their conversation to look at Izuku, who has sunk deeper into the water, up to his nose, and is crying large fat tears. Don't cry into the bathwater, nerd! Gross! Bakugo yells. I can't help it, Izuku whined, trying to wipe his face, but the tears just kept coming. Literally, it just happened. I don't even know why. But tears and emotion had caught him off guard. They didn't even feel like they were his. Izuku crying waterfalls wasn't anything new, but this inexplicable crying with hot, painful tears that seemed to rack his entire soul, it's not his pain or suffering he's feeling. He doesn't know how to put it into words. Only tries to dry his face with a warm towel smacked into his face by Bakugo so he didn't pollute the bathwater anymore with them. But he knows he's crying due to Shoto's words. Moe should be asleep, but she's lying flat on her back in bed, staring up at the ceiling with a wide-eyed expression. Her cheeks still buzzed and Toya's words kept ringing in her ears. He'd kissed her and said he loved her in a moment of excitement. Had Toya really not realized what he'd done in the spur of the moment, when his brain was jittering with a million thoughts? Maybe she wouldn't put it past him. He was always rambling on about something or the other, which she deeply loved about the man. She'd become fond of him over their years of friendship. She always looked forward to when he'd come visit the agency. She noticed how he always made special time to spend with her specifically as the two got closer. And if she was honest with herself, She might have fallen for the guy even before his 20th birthday party. If she was honest with herself. Normally, she was so good at that, but romance wasn't something easy for her to digest. This was her boss's son, after all, Endeavor's son, but only ever hung out in the context of hero work or studying, never just as regular friends, except for the birthday party, or even just the two together, except for today, but does that even count? Moe covered her face with her hands, and she let out a cry as she rolled from side to side in bed, trying to get rid of the turmoiled emotions in her chest. She'd been mortified when she got the call of Toya's kidnapping and had been on automatic the entire time until she heard that he'd been brought home, just working non-stop until she was sure he was safe so she didn't think too hard about how stressed out and terrified the whole situation made her. And what's the first thing she does? Beeline to the Todoroki abode, her boss's house, and hug Toya tightly. If she cared for him any less, as just a friend or work colleague, would she have offered to personally investigate the League of Villains so he could focus on his studies and duties at UA? She would have if Endeavor ordered her to, but would she have been the one to suggest it? She doesn't know. She doesn't think so. Would it have mattered to her so much to see Toya happy and smile instead of looking beaten down and sad? Of course she wanted her friends happy and thriving, like with Onima and Kido, who she'd fight hell itself to keep safe. But seeing Toya defeated was such a personal affront to her own well-being, it was almost embarrassing. For another person's happiness to be so important, Moe didn't know what to do with that. How did she even bring it up? Was the kiss and admission of love confirmation that Toya felt the same way? She'd be lying if she said she hadn't thought the camaraderie was mutual, but to suddenly, literally, be smacked in the face with it was too much for the woman. Moe flipped to her front and groaned loudly while kicking her feet. She felt like she was in middle school again, just like when Endeavor had encouraged her to chase her dreams of becoming his sidekick, but so much worse. Or better. Worse. She doesn't know. She feels nauseous and happy all at once. She can't sleep like this. She's barely keeping a fire hair at bay, which is tied up in as loose a bun as her blazing hair will allow, so unless she wants to set her pillow on fire, she needs to confront this. Moe slaps her bedside table for her phone that's charging. Shifting to her side, she unlocks it and goes to her messages, taps Toya's profile, and stares. The morning text of Moe announcing her findings, Toya's excited reply, the last message being a thanks for today from Toya, about 2 hours ago. Moe's sharp fingers linger on the screen. She inhales deeply and sends the message. Not to make things weird, but can we talk about you kissing me on the cheek and saying you love me? Maybe it's the embarrassment or the relief of throwing the thought out there, but Moe's own emotions promptly knock her out. Does Toya die first thing in the morning? No. But does he scream loud enough that Aizawa told Yamada to stop yelling so early in the morning? Maybe. Does Midnight find Toya face down in the living room with his breakfast abandoned on the coffee table and his phone thrown halfway across the room? Yes, she does. Shut up, shut up, shut up! Toya cries, curling in on himself as Midnight coos with a blushing expression as she reads the message on his phone. Elderly Sushi in her arms, purring like the old man he is, while Harusame stares down at his owner from his position on the couch. I didn't even realize! That just makes the feelings genuine, doesn't it then? Midnight giggles, all too delighted. Young love, Cementos says from the kitchen. Toya lets out a lamented whine as all the much more adulty adults tease him over the fact. There's nothing to be ashamed of, Toya, Toshinori tries to reassure, petting Harusame as he too sits on the couch with a cup of green tea. As long as you don't explode into flames when asked about your secret girlfriend by a reporter, you'll have something over your dad. Yes, Toya was very familiar with the story. Moe deserves someone who won't pull an all-nighter trying to investigate villains. Toya whines mournfully as he drags himself back onto the couch from the floor. Or someone who doesn't have a panic attack and almost throws up at being called a hypocrite. She'd been the one to pick up the pieces that were spiraling Toya after Shigaraki had done that. I think her putting her own all-nighter to investigate villains and not thinking any less of you for your attacks is proof enough that she wants to stick by you, Toshinori offers sweetly. Toya side-eyes his uncle with no experience. I might have never been in a romantic relationship, but that doesn't mean I don't have eyes. Point taken, Toya sighs, melting into his seat, face red. What do I even say in response? I meant what I did and said. Go out with me, Midnight offers helpfully, who is still holding Toya's phone. Here, I'll even type it for you, she teases. Don't you dare, Toya cries, snatching the phone from the woman, who laughs. I don't know. If you like her, just say it, Aizawa says flatly from where he's scratching Sushi on the chin, standing by Midnight. Toya is very painfully aware that none of his colleagues are currently in relationships, so isn't super sure how much she wants to take their advice, even if they are all in their 30s and above. As all the teachers start trickling in for breakfast before they all have to head to the big announcement Principal Netsu had, Toya stares at Noah's text. He swallows thickly and, with shaky thumbs, types back. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that. It was inappropriate. Because it had been. That was his father's sidekick, a friend of his, that had worked hard to get him some much-desired files, and he'd essentially assaulted her face while saying something highly unprofessional. That's how Toya saw it. He turned off his phone and got ready for the day. Frostbite working with the Endeavor agency meant he had to refurbish his own Frostbite agency and just generally clean it up, update some info, and make it more professional looking. He was hoping to take Shoji again for the hero work studies Yue was organizing, but if he really was helping out Sir Naitai, maybe it'd be best for Shoji to go to Gangorka. The latter could really help him when it came to strength training. I'm doing the remedial course for the next 3 months, so I can't before that. But I can for the second round, Gangorka had replied when Frostbite called him about taking on Shoji for work studies. Admittedly, I am disappointed in your brother. It was quite a letdown to see him argue, but his last-second cooperation with Inasa shows that he's got potential to grow. Under your watch, I have no doubt he'll grow even faster, Frostbite praised his peer. He knows Shoto was disappointed enough in himself with the entire world, so Natsu feels nothing but sympathy for his brother. Alright, I guess it should be fine for me to take on Tentacle for the first round of work studies, as long as Sir Naitai is also alright. Of course I am, Sir Naitai replied when Frostbite called him right after. Frostbite was walking down the stairs of the building, planning to meet up with Burnin and Onima for a planned patrol in one part of town, while Endeavor, Kido, and another of the sidekicks went to another. There's no reason you can't if I'm taking on Mirio and Midoriya as well. Speaking of, go easy on the kid, Frostbite jokes. You two already met, but he hasn't made you laugh yet. Please, I've already approved of him. You're still gonna test him, aren't you? Naturally. That's what Frostbite had meant, and the flat response from the hero pulled a laugh out of the younger one. I'm also utilizing All Might's repurpose agency to seek support from other agencies. Oh yeah, that's happening. Natsu admittedly completely forgot that All Might's agency was being changed up into a support center of sorts for heroes. A heroes support hub. The name is still a work in progress. Hoping for anything in particular? I asked for manpower, so any pro hero with physical strength and size, Naito replied. I would have asked your father for help, but I know he's busy enough preparing for the next rankings event. Not to mention, we should be utilizing more of the existing pro heroes than depending on him the whole time. Like society had done for decades of All Might. I get it. I know he does too, Natsu replied as he reached the Endeavor agency, seeing a very not bright and bubbly Burnin all but moping as Onima stood by her with a concerned expression. I need to get going. Speak to you later, Sir Naitai. The call ended and Natsu shot Onima a concerned look about the fiery woman looking so down in the dumps. Yesterday hadn't gone that badly, did it? Lunch break was full of call spamming Toya until he picked up. The hell did you say to Burnin? Natsu asked accusingly. Toya was silent on the other end. She's been moping around all day, barely talks, and almost walked into a pole. She apologized to a vending machine for bumping into it. Something happened yesterday. Toya's weak rebuttal didn't reassure Natsu any. I apologized for it. Well, whatever you did has made her the most miserable I've seen ever. Natsu looks at Burnin, who is staring at a sandwich with a dead-eye stare. Onima by her side, looking like he's going to try and force-feed her in the sheer despair for any light to return to the woman's eyes. Did you two argue? No, nothing like that. Toya interrupts himself. He sounds embarrassed. Look, I don't want to talk about it. When has that ever gone well for you? Natsuo's words are like an arrow through the heart, and he hears Toya all but deflate onto himself. What happened? Toya knows it's his brother and not his father speaking, but it does sound like Endeavor. Toya relents. He tells his younger brother about yesterday. I shouldn't have kissed her like that. It wasn't fair. Toya mumbles for his explanation. Not fair to who, exactly? Because right now I'm seeing a depressed burn-in staring at her food like it's a heat death of the universe. Natsuo asks flatly. Dumbass. Toya whines at the insult. I think it's obvious it's mutual. Even so, right now's not a good time, Toya mumbled. What's stopping you two from just admitting your feelings to each other and working on it later? It might have taken Saiichi to kick Natsuo in the butt to go ask Miki for a coffee date, but it took no time at all for the two to know they were each other's someone. But Natsuo is also painfully aware that he and Toya are quite different. If anything, Natsuo and Miki's own love story is turning out to be quite a bit like his own parents. Something he's fine with. Toya, though, you're self-sabotaging. I feel guilty for what I did and I apologized. Toya sounds offended. And Burnin is clearly upset about it. You kicking yourself for something you genuinely meant, which she took to heart, is essentially kicking her too. Natsuo scorned his older brother. I think you two should talk about it. I couldn't mentally even if I wanted to right now. Toya sighs, rubbing the bridge of his nose in pain. Mirio is currently whooping Class 1A's asses, and I need to help Recovery Girl with a bunch of administrative stuff. Not to mention, I need to study for my final exams and finish up my reports on my medical school. Alright, Toya's in his very last year of medical school. He'll be graduating in March, so he has a lot of final hurdles to work on. Not to mention the League of Villains, the societal change of Endeavor becoming #1, and everything else happening. Yeah, Natsuo can understand why Toya might not feel up for dealing with the relationship yet. Can you at least tell Burnin that, then? Natsuo sighs. Toya on the other end sighs too, and makes a humming sound that seems like a yes. By the way, speaking of Mirio, Sir Naitai wants him to bring Izuku along for the hero work study. I'm taking Shoji too and helping them. That piques Toya's interest in a different way. Does it have to do with that Yakuza group? Toya asks, voice a little lighter. Natsuo makes his own humming sound in response. It seems this Overhaul guy has made contact with the League. So join me. I'll become the next leader and put you to good use. In another life, maybe Shigaraki would have flipped Overhaul off and Magne would have blasted him out of the warehouse. But considering the lack of recruits the League of Villains is getting because of the low quality of wannabe criminals around, that Magne has been helpfully getting rid of by splattering like bugs, and the extreme lack of housing the League is currently dealing with, Shigaraki, as the leader, is all too aware of the boost his group needs. They've been playing it safe ever since his master's imprisonment, but they needed a win, something to get them up in the villain hierarchy. Something that, now that both the light and dark are left leaderless, everybody is scrambling to do. So Shigaraki lets this mafia boy, as Magne calls him, talk. Even when he's belittling him and pointing out how shoddy of a leader he is with the lack of manpower they have, and how much of it they've already lost, even when Overhaul claims himself as the man with the plan and rejecting Shigaraki's ambitions of being the next villain leader, Shigaraki stays calm and says nothing, as insulted as he is. He can tell Twice is feeling bad for letting a guy like Overhaul speak down to his leader and friend. Shigaraki can sense that Mr. Compress's curiosity is piqued. Meanwhile, Magne and Toga are waiting for a reaction from their leader. Spinner and Kurogiri are both out right now. What would his master do? Manipulate the situation to his benefit, but Tomura doesn't have his years of experience nor charisma. He doesn't care to sweet-talk his way into getting what he wants. Not to mention the lack of support. All for One had villains from the entire world under his thumb. Shigaraki, despite being his student, doesn't have that influence. What can he do to benefit from this? Toya flashes in his mind. Annoying bitch. You're right, we are lacking manpower. He stands up and walks to just out of reach of Overhaul. He doesn't know his quirk after all, but more than just his own safety, it's reassurance that Shigaraki won't try anything himself because Overhaul does know his quirk. I'm not interested in swearing my loyalty to you or whatever it is the Yakuza do. It's honest, his heart on his sleeve, but just to emphasize the point, Shigaraki raises his hand to lift father off of his face. Overhaul's golden eyes narrow in surprise as the young, scarred face is revealed, blood-red orbs meeting his. And we still don't know what you're really about. It feels like you're hiding something. For men like them, to unmask himself in front of a stranger is a sign of vulnerability. Shigaraki is exposing his expression and appearance to Overhaul, the equivalent of an open hand to shake it. Not hiding. I'll reveal everything if you're on board with joining me. Overhaul replies, his own hands twitching as his eyes shift to look at the filthy warehouse. He has no desire to take off his beak-shaped mask in case he catches something. But with how Shigaraki is standing in front of him without that corpse hand on his face, he sighs and unlatches the witch doctor-looking mask, letting it lower. Magne lets out a whistle at the man's pretty face. I wouldn't have taken the opportunity to speak to you if I didn't want to do that. That's what Toya always manages to do. Make the toughest of freaks lower their defenses with a sign of good faith and desire to open up. Overhaul came to him, wanted to speak and recruit him. So that means that Shigaraki, if he can keep his cool, has the upper hand. The Yakuza are all about brotherhood and loyalty. Fine, Shigaraki can use that. Roll over and show his belly. Play stupid. Then, when the hand comes to pet him, how about a compromise? Shigaraki offers a small smirk of narrowed eyes. Tear it off completely.
Chapter 107. Febrile. Toya's stupid, crying, bloodied face has been pissing Shigaraki off ever since the Kamino incident. The look of pure misery and sadness for the League, his gross, sappy empathy twisted by a sense of responsibility towards them. It keeps Shigaraki up at night and makes him want to punch someone. Toya again, preferably. The dumb bitch gets on his nerves so much. So maybe, that's why he forces himself to not act upon his petty rage. It's easy to snap and swat at problems, dust them into nothing for each minor reproach and well-landed insult, stomp his foot like a child throwing a tantrum. But he doesn't, because Toya takes up all of his bitter anger and annoyance. He needs to save his energy for when he meets the infuriating man again. Very little is left for the arrogant Yakuza leader who stands before him, both usually masked men exposing their features to each other in a sign of mutual vulnerability. A compromise, huh? What do you have in mind? Overhaul asks, voice clearer now that he isn't wearing the plague doctor-looking mask. He's almost bearable to look at, but there's an arrogance underneath that pretty face that grinds Tomura's nerves. You want to use our name, and we want to expand our influence. We both have skin in this game, Tomura replies, slipping both his hands into his pockets. Our plan, for as simple and full of holes, as you've pointed out, as it is, at least is clear. Destroy everything. Make Hero Society fall to its knees. Live as we want. You, for all your talk, have not explained what it is your plan even is, really. Tomura tilts his head at the other, small smirk never leaving his face. If you want to work together, as equals, we need to know what we're getting ourselves into. He hates Toya's ability to get him to spill his guts and talk, but it's effective. So if Toya is going to live in his mind rent-free, he might as well use his annoyingly efficient yapping skills to his benefit. Tomura might be bitter and angry 90% of the time and massively immature, but he's not stupid. That's fair. Overhaul hummed softly, before turning to the entrance of the warehouse. Shin. After a moment of silence, a black-robed masked man enters the warehouse. Behind him, shadows loom, a hint that there are more of Overhaul's men outside waiting for orders. Hey, you lied to me! Twice exclaimed, furious. You were meant to come alone!
I was right to believe you were hiding something, then, Tamara accuses softly, smile gone to be replaced with an annoyed scowl. I apologize, but this was a question of safety. Overhaul replies, not sounding all that apologetic. It gets on Tamara's nerves, but to stop himself from punching the guy in his stupid pretty face, Tamara exhales lowly, foot tapping. Your master, all for one. They say he stole quirks to gain power. The black-clad man, Shin, as Overhaul called him, pulls something out from under his cape. A gun of some sort, which he hands to Overhaul. I'm taking that method and changing it up a bit. Tamara's eyes narrow. He watches the Yakuza leader mess with the gun till something clicks and he pulls out the bullet. Except it's not really a bullet, more like a small syringe with a sharp needle. You want to take away quirks, but different, he asks, trying to understand what the fellow villain is speaking about. Our end goals aren't so different, Overhaul replies, holding the small yet dangerous item in between his index and thumb. I want to destroy everything as it currently is. Our methods of getting there differ, however. Explain, Tamara orders, getting impatient. His foot taps faster. Do you know of quirk enhancement drugs? Overhaul asks. Yeah, they used to run rampant through the country until All Might and Endeavor worked together to destroy the drug rings. He remembered his master being quite into it all a few years ago. There was a resurgence about 5 years ago. Why? My plan consists of doing the complete opposite of that. Tamara's eyes snap from the bullet to Overhaul's face. This entire time, the man hasn't smiled, but even as his face remains unchanging, there's a proud twitch in his jaw. Quirk erasure. Overhaul looks pleased at Tamara clicking at what he's getting at. You want to erase quirks completely from society. Quirks are a disease, the boss hums. Hey! Himiko exclaims. Are you calling us diseased? Toga, Tamara snarls. Though I don't like being called sick neither, he adds. This entire world is sick. I'll cleanse it, simple as that. The pure arrogance rolling off of the man before him pisses Tamara off even more. Sorry, Mafia boy, but if that's your shtick, we're not interested. Magna raises her voice, lifting her large magnet to attack the two Yakuza members, Himiko branding her knife as both Twice and Mr. Compress shift into more aggressive stances. Tamara catches the dangerous glint in Overhaul's eyes. Alongside that arrogance, there's something extremely dangerous in the man. Shut up, all of you, Tamara snarls, half turning to his group. I'm doing the talking here. I don't want to work with a guy like him, Tamara, Himiko whines, stomping her foot and puffing out her cheeks. He's talking down to us. I don't like it. Tamara understands all too well, but if he wants this to work, he can't have his own allies arguing with him over this. Overhaul, let's talk outside, Tamara grumbles, turning back to the man. Overhaul watches him for a moment before he untenses his shoulders and turns with Shin to head outside. As Tamara follows him, there's a round of annoyed exclamations from his group. He snaps his head to them with an annoyed look and hushes them aggressively. We'll talk about it after. All four of them pat at him. Well, he can't see Mr. Compress and Twice's faces, but Tamara knows they're pouting. Once he's outside, he side-eyes Overhaul's henchmen. A tiny one on a huge one's shoulders, a couple more lingering in the distance as lookouts. A rowdy bunch you have there, Overhaul comments. Especially the girl. Toga has been demonized for her quirk. Having someone call her sick isn't exactly helping, Tamara points out, scowling at the man. Don't antagonize my team. Overhaul raises his hand in silent defeat, a sign he won't bring it up anymore. About that drug of yours. Sorry, but since you lied to Twice about coming here alone, how can I trust you that it will work? In all honesty, it's still a work in progress, Overhaul admits, clicking the bullet back into the gun and handing it to Shin again. At the moment, the effect is only temporary. I will have a permanent one soon, however. Outside, the sky is darkening into a deep blood orange hue, which emphasizes the gold of Overhaul's eyes, makes them glow dangerously like a snake. but if you're willing to be patient, I can provide a demonstration. Tomura blinks, scowl never leaving. What do you mean? I've already scattered some of these seeds. Sooner than later, somebody is going to use one, and I'll have proof that it works. Overhaul elaborates. Nothing about the man right now is secretive or shady. He's being honest with him. He's willing to give Tomura reassurance that his plan is possible. Tomura wants to tell him to fuck off, him and his weird anti-quirk ideology. But that wouldn't get him anywhere, and that's not what Toya would do. Toya would listen to him, see where he's coming from, be empathetic, and give his own opinion in turn. That's what he'd done to Shigaraki at the cafe. Red eyes flicker to the side, looking at the ground in thought for a moment. Tomura isn't really in thought. He's trying to bite back every petty insult he has to throw at the man before him. Fine, he sighs. If you can provide proof that your drug works, I'd be interested in working with you. If only it means being able to get close enough to destroy the man. A drug that can erase quirks is lethal to this sort of society. Shigaraki wants it for himself. Overhaul sees none of the scheming in the younger man's scarred face, sees only an inexperienced wannabe villain desperate to make a name for himself. I'm glad we can settle this amicably, he says, a hint of a smile on his face. Oh, we'll settle this all right, Tomura thinks angrily. Sir Nightai realized as soon as Izuku Midoriya and Mirio Togata arrived at his agency that he'd never told the blonde that he'd already met Izuku previously, and guess All Might hadn't neither before the two were sent to his agency. Hence why, when the freckled face came in pulling an All Might expression in the attempts to make the pro-hero laugh, Sir Nightai played along. As Natsuo had called out, Mirai intended on testing his idol's successor by his own terms, even if he already approved of the boy since a while now. But when all is said and done, even as Midoriya failed his supposed test, Mirai smiles at the boy a little. Despite bouncing around the room like Gran Torino, he didn't step on any of his All Might merch. He can appreciate that. Not to mention, even though the 3 minutes passed, the boy wasn't out of breath. The only reason he had a bloody nose is because he smacked into the wall to not step on his All Might 10th year commemorative poster. The Todoroki have looked after you well. I'm glad, he says in a soft tone, which surprises Midoriya, who totally isn't eyeing that rare All Might poster on Sir Nightai's wall. Mirio and Bubble Girl had entered too, delighted that Midoriya had been accepted by the pro-hero. Everybody, get ready for patrol. Frostbite should be arriving soon with, "Hey, we're here." Speak of the devil, Frostbite enters the chaos that is Sir Nightai's office, Deku unceremoniously on the floor, and interrupts himself to stare. "Ah, I see Sir Nightai already tested you. Neat! That means we're ready to head out, right?" It was comical how easily Natsuo accepted the situation. It makes Sir Nightai snort a laugh. Being thrown into the sea by Gang Gorka would do that, he guesses. And being raised by Endeavor, most likely. Tentacle, why don't you patrol with Bubble Girl and Centipede? Frostbite suggested as he, Shoji, Sir Nightai's two sidekicks, Izuku and Lemillion, stepped out of the agency. I'll go with Deku and Lemillion, that way we have a balance of students and pro-heroes. Makes sense. Mirio might be a third year, but he's still a student. Good to be working with you again, Frostbite. Mirio grinned widely at his former upperclassman. Same. Though I'd wish it was under less dire circumstances, Natsuo said, hands behind his head as he stretched his back. Getting concrete criminal activity of the Yakuza would be no easy feat, that's for sure, even with the speculation the Shie Hasakai had been in contact with the League of Villains. It just seems to be one thing after another these days. Tell me about it, Deku sighs, looking tired. The last few months have been an endless roller coaster for the boy. The streets are fairly busy, people of all shapes and sizes walking about on a sunny day. For all the evil sticking their noses out of the dark recently, people didn't look worried or afraid. Why would they? Even if All Might was no longer active, it's not like there was a lack of heroes. Saying that, though, Natsuo and his friends hadn't gotten back together since that one dinner, and Ibara hadn't been active on the group chat. Yawara and Saichi reassured they spoke though, She was just keeping busy with her sidekick duties. Apparently, they were taking Shiozaki Ibara from Class 1B on for the work studies, so as long as his friend was occupied, Natsuo wouldn't worry about it too much. She'd been through a lot recently, something Natsuo related to deeply. They pass an alleyway, and Natsuo blinks as Deku jolts in surprise. Looking down, Natsuo sees that the little girl bumped into Deku's side and is now on the floor. She has long, almost white hair and red eyes, a horn on the right side of her forehead, and she's covered in bandages while wearing a raggedy-looking dress. "I'm sorry, did I hurt you?" Izuku said as he crouched down to check on the girl, who flinches away with a little squeak. But that's not the sound that makes Natsuo push past Izuku to pick the girl up in a swift motion to cradle her in his arms before the boy can ask her if she can stand. Rather, the slowly approaching click of shoes coming from the alleyway she just ran out from. Even then, it's not the sound itself, but rather the familiar silhouette that Natsuo has only ever seen in photos at Sir Night-Eye's agency. "Hey, little lady," Natsuo grins, lifting his goggles off his head. His hood is already down, so all it does is reveal his eyes. "What's your name?" He turns away from the alleyway, acting like he hasn't seen the figure coming into the light. Natsuo does this so he can look at both Izuku and Mirio with a hard look that screams, "Stay behind me and be still," before he smiles to the girl in his arms again. The little girl, no older than maybe 6, looks at him with big, terrified eyes, but it's not because of him, rather the presence behind him. That's Eri, my daughter. Kai Chisaki, Overhaul, leader of the Shie Hasakai, steps out of the darkness with his trademark mask. Frostbite, who has his goggles atop his head and his hood down, makes eye contact with the young boss, gold meeting grey-brown. Because of his position, Natsuo is essentially hiding Mirio and Izuku behind him. "I apologize for the trouble she's caused, Frostbite." Of course he'd know his name. "Don't do anything that would catch the Hasakai's attention." That was Sir Night-Eye's instruction. Frostbite needed to act normal. "What trouble?" Natsuo laughs sweetly, cradling the girl in his arms. She's latched onto him like a baby koala, hiding her face away. "Yeah, that's not normal," he thinks as he pets her hair. "Eri, huh? That's a pretty name. Sounds just like Smile." The girl peeks a scared look up to the smiling hero, before she blots her head against his chest again. "That cool-looking mask. You must be with the Hasakai." Natsuo looks back to Overhaul, expression open and kind. "Don't mind it. I'm just sensitive to dust and grime." The man replies conversationally. He comes across as gentle, but there's a hardness to his demeanor that Natsuo recognizes. The sign of somebody with something to hide. Toya used to have that back in the day. "You're normally up in the mountains. How come you're around these parts?" "I'm a traveling hero, like Mirko, so I'm not bound to any location." Frostbite replies, returning the casual energy. Behind him, he can feel Izuku shaking, with Mirio standing very still. If Frostbite wasn't in the way, Izuku would be a dead giveaway that his nerves are screaming. Mirio is doing a better job hiding it. "Right now, though, I'm mentoring some student heroes." "Is that so?" Overhaul hums, eyes flicking to the 2 younger boys behind Frostbite who are just out of his range of sight. Frostbite has covered their ground, making himself the target without naming Sir Night-Eye. Since the latter is local, being associated with him would cause alarm bells to ring in the Yakuza's head. But since Frostbite is a fresh out of UA hero, it'd be less cause for concern. "You've got some gorgeous long hair. Look, it's almost white like mine." Natsuo grins to Eri, the girl's head tilting ever so slightly up. "I've got some red from my dad, but the white is from my mum's. I'm guessing that's the same for you too, huh?" Overhaul and Eri look nothing alike. "That happens. Genetics are weird like that." Eri sniffles, nods her head. "Your quirk too?" he asks sweetly, pointing to her horn. "That's a cool-looking horn you've got there." Natsuo grins, bright and genuine. Overhaul can't really see Eri from the way Frostbite is half turned away from him, and he doesn't like that. He needs the girl back if he wants to perfect his drug. "Yes, she takes after her mother," he comments, not appreciating being ignored. "I get that. I look exactly like my dad in a different color palette." Natsuo looks to Overhaul. Behind him, Izuku can't help it. He reaches for Eri, covers her hand, gripping tightly onto Natsuo's jacket of his own. The girl jolts and looks at the boy fearfully. But the expression on his face is kind, stricken with worry for her, and his big eyes reflect hers. Beside him, the blonde hero is smiling too, bright and kind. The hand holding hers is warm, while the man cradling her feels cool in a way that makes her want to curl into him. It soothes her aching injuries under her bandages like a mild ice pack. She doesn't want to let go. With your father being the new number one, I have no doubt you're as busy as he is. I'm sure he has a level of expectations he holds for you. Overhaul continues to talk, inching slowly towards the heroes. They're out in public. He can't do anything that'll damage them. Frostbite clearly knows that, because he's standing firm, not intimidated as he faces against a man roughly the same height as him. He expects me to work hard, but that runs in the family, Natsuo replies with an amicable laugh. Raising kids is a hard job, isn't it? It is. Golden eyes flicker to the little he can see of Eri. Children are so difficult. What will they become? What can they become? I constantly find myself wondering about that. There's an edge to his words. Dangerous, filled with meaning. They're full of potential, aren't they? To contrast, Natsuo's voice is full of fondness as he holds Eri's head gently, her ear against his chest. She can hear his heartbeat like this, strong and steady. It's a difficult but rewarding job being a parent. Or a teacher, for that matter. My big sister is one. She teaches kids Eri's age. At that, Eri's red eyes flick up to Natsuo, who turns to smile at her. She's really good with kids. Why does that feel like a promise? Like he's saying she's going to meet this big sister. The hand around hers tightens, the green hero smiling to her shakily as the little girl looks to him too. They look so kind, these heroes. She doesn't want to let go. We should probably get going, Overhaul says, reaching out for the girl. It's time to go home, Eri. It's subtle, but the way he says the little girl's name, it sounds like a threat. Eri's body breaks out into tremors, the girl shaking her head, gripping tightly onto Natsuo's jacket. He doesn't want to let go of her either. But as things are, Overhaul is clearly possessive of the child, so taking her away abruptly would cause a lot of problems, especially knowing what his quirk is. It's powerful and not to be messed with. Natsuo inhales deeply, closes his eyes as he slowly drops to kneel to put Eri back down. By his side, Izuku looks distraught, but is tugged back by Mirio, who sees what Natsuo is doing.
It's going to be okay.
Eri lets out a sob as Frostbite slowly lets go of her, whispering quietly against her hair. Neither Overhaul nor the students can hear him. You're going to be okay, I promise. Her bare feet touch the tarmac of the street, and still she doesn't let go. A large hand pets her hair, close to her horn. She pulls away ever so slightly, looks at the man who is smiling at her tenderly, grey-brown eyes warm, unlike the golden ones that look at her like a cursed specimen. You're a very sweet girl, Eri. Can you listen to your dad for me? Hold on for me, please. Eri doesn't want to. That man isn't her dad. She killed her dad a long time ago because she's cursed and awful and a blight on this earth. But these heroes aren't looking at her like that. They're looking at her like she's a little girl. Eri sniffles and nods, watery eyes closed as she leans into Natsuo one final time for a hug. Say goodbye to the nice heroes, Eri. Overhaul tries to say like a father would, the girl walking to his side. She does, turns to the heroes and waves at the three with big, scared ruby reds. Bye-bye, heroes, she says in the smallest, sweetest voice. Frostbite stands as he returns the wave with a smile, Deku and Lemillion behind him smiling and waving too, the former with a more strained smile. Everything about this feels horribly wrong.
letting Eri go back of Overhaul when it's so clear something is off. Let's go, Frostbite says, turning to walk down the street, after Overhaul and Eri disappeared into the alleyway. Are we seriously just leaving her? Deku asks shakily, before he jolts to a stop, terrified. Natsu's expression is dark with anger. His jaw is clenched, and furious icicles creep up his neck. Even Lemillion is taken aback at the intensity of it. He didn't think the gentle-mannered Natsu to be able of such a look. But then again, it wasn't far off from Endeavor's. Right now, the League can go straight to hell. Natsu couldn't care less about them and their connections with the Yakuza. Sorry, Toya, but those villains aren't the Ice Hero's hyperfixation. Not when Natsu feels very capable of voluntary manslaughter. We're going to save Eri, he snarls from somewhere deep in his throat. Chapter 108. Pyretic. It's not easy for Izuku to accept letting go of Eri. But with Sir Night Eye's reassurance that they would do something when the time is right, in a way that won't hint Overhaul of their intentions, Izuku feels a little more at peace. Something will change. They'll save Eri in the correct, efficient way. Endeavor's all about efficiency. All Might explains to his successor as the two jog together in the orange evening sky. As much as Izuku hated it, he'd had to return to UA for regular classes, and leave everything in the hands of the pro heroes. Frostbite hasn't strayed from his roots. He's much the same. He looked really angry, Izuku muttered. Him and Meteor had stayed quiet until they met up with Sir Night Eye's group, which included Shoji. The tall boy had looked bewildered, even with his mask, at how scary Natsu's face had been. I've never seen Endeavor look like that. He's very capable of that level of angry, the blonde chuckled. Especially at me. Because you're brothers? Izuku asks, trying to understand. Maybe, but mostly because I'm an idiot. Though, saying that, the angriest I ever saw him was due to his own frustration against himself. The retired pro-hero coughs a bit to clear his throat, having to be careful with how much he moved his body. I've seen that in Shoto, Izuku hums, not winded like his master. I guess I can be like that too. Same. It's why we all fit together so well. All Might chuckles, reaching out to ruffle the freckled boy's hair. It's weird how having already spoken about all the dark personal secrets, shames and hurts of years previous made the current day so much more peaceful. They could deal with every situation without that horrible gut feeling of skeletons peeking out of their closets, a constant reminder of their failures and weakest moments. Instead, All Might and Sir Night Eye are still friends. They don't have any bad blood between each other. His former sidekick and his honorary brother drag him back to reality even now, yet look out for a successor like one of their own. To not have to bear the darkness of the world alone. What a gift. Quirk killer bullets, huh? Shigaraki grumbled, lazily watching the glitchy camera recordings showing the quirk erasure drug in action. The young man vaguely recognizes the red-haired Class 1A student interning with Fat Gum, as well as Sun Eater, whose quirk was erased. You said the drug is still temporary. That's right. It'll return in a few hours, Overhaul explains as he shuts the laptop that's showing the proof Shigaraki had desired. He hands the device to one of his masked followers. I'll soon perfect it. Does that satisfy you? Can't say I'm dissatisfied, the younger man opposite him grumbles. Though if you bumped into Frostbite, I don't think you've got much time left. The two men are sitting opposite each other, unmasked. The beak and hand are laid on the table between them as they face off, Shigaraki slouching while Overhaul sits back, relaxed. The room is bare of clutter, which matches the Yakuza leader's minimalistic, germophobic gimmick. Not that Shigaraki can judge too harshly, his old room was bordering on a hazard, full of trash. The polar opposite of the man in front of him, who raises an eyebrow at his mentioning of Frostbite. Why do you say that? After complaining about wandering in the Shirahasakai hideout for 30-odd minutes, Shigaraki had been explained its purpose, how it's helped the Yakuza survive so long.
It's kept the likes of police and heroes out and confused. That's when Frostbite was mentioned to be in town, since Overhaul had bumped into him. Not in detail, just seems your kidnapping victim's brother is in the area, with no mention of Eri to Shigaraki. He doesn't need to know about her. That meant time was ticking. Toya's entire family are obsessed freaks. If his brother gets an inkling that you're doing something you shouldn't, you'll have Endeavor's crotch goblins on your case. Shigaraki says crassly, but it gets the point across. Sounds like they've been nosing about in your business for a while. Overhaul hums, golden eyes watching the street rat-looking man. He leans his chin into his fingers. Everything about him is so annoyingly elegant and borderline regal. It reeks of pretentious and gets on Shigaraki's nerves. Are you suggesting Frostbite is onto us? How was he acting? The question comes as a bit odd to Overhaul, but he answers. Open, amicable, good-natured. He sits up, arms resting on his thighs. Stereotypical hero shtick. You're fucked, Shigaraki states bluntly. Hey! Mimic yells, insulted, but Overhaul raises a gloved hand to silence him. But Shigaraki has actual experience with that family. Overhaul hushes his follower before his golden eyes narrow onto the scruffy man. How do you know that? That's what Toya does. Acts all nice and open and friendly before stabbing you where it hurts. Shigaraki scratches his neck, mouth forming into a pout. I learned that the hard way. Overhaul dares to snort a laugh, which gains him a glare. That was ages ago. There's no point in defending himself. The Yakuza leader is already smiling with that condescending edge, like he's speaking to an immature teenager. It pisses Shigaraki off, but he can tell the man opposite him can't help it. He's just like that. Arrogant. He really thinks himself superior for whatever reason. Point is, Frostbite is the same. You might not know it, but sooner rather than later, he's going to be hunting you down. His track record consists of guiding the elderly up Mount Fuji and a sea rescue. You're giving him too much credit. Overhaul huffs. You're forgetting that he fought Stain, took one of my Nomu, and saved a student without getting a scratch on him. Shigaraki pushes, scowling. Underestimating anybody connected to Toya is a death wish. Overhaul's smile drops, and his eyes become perceptive, like he's trying to drag Shigaraki's non-existent soul out of his body. That guy's really gotten to you, hasn't he? If Shigaraki actually liked the guy, he might take that as actual concern. It didn't sound like teasing, like Mr. Compress would ask it, nor curious like Himiko would be. I'm talking about Frostbite, and you keep bringing it back to his civilian brother. He's not just a civilian. He's training to be a doctor specializing in quirks and works with UA. If he gets a sniff of what your quirk is, he starts slamming you with questions, suggestions on how to cope with it, even ways to use it. He's a freak. Shigaraki can feel himself getting worked up as he remembers that stupid, pathetic crying face covered in blood. He really wants to punch him. He slams his fist on the coffee table instead, making the shogi pieces in front of him clatter. They'd already been there before he arrived. A damn white knight who thinks the power of friendship will fix everything. Sounds annoying. Overhaul snarls out. At least that's one thing they can agree on. He leans forward to start rearranging the pieces as they were before without scorning Shigaraki for his reaction. That family is close to Sir Naitai through All Might. If Frostbite is around, they're working together. Overhaul's movement stops, and his scowl deepens. That means that if Toya gets a whiff of what your deal is with these bullets, you're done. You'll have the entire Endeavor agency on your ass. Is it safe to assume this Toya guy is a daddy's boy? The mafia leader hums. He's been spoiled rotten and cuddled since birth, Shigaraki confirms, foot tapping in annoyance. His neck feels itchy. His grandfather is to blame. As Overhaul is straightening the shogi board, his fingers twitch against it. Grandfather. His tone is undiscernible. Behind him, Kurono and Mimic look to each other. Their old boss is a grandfather too. Shigaraki's eyebrow raises at his reaction. Without looking at him, Overhaul speaks again. How long do you say we have, then? By the end of the week, at most. Assume they're already on the way. Shigaraki replies. Overhaul closes his eyes, his jaw tightens, and for a moment, it looks like he's going to throw the shogi board. But he sighs instead, stretching his neck to release some of the tension building up. That's enough, he mumbles. Lend me Twice and the girl. Their quirks are useful to me if we need to protect the headquarters. 2 conditions. Twice doesn't do clones of himself, only others, and help Himiko steal some of the heroes' blood when they come barging in. Shigaraki puts up 2 fingers as he counts off the conditions. And they will. Understood. Overhaul nods. As long as they can get those 2 to work for them for a bit, he'll meet any reasonable demands. Is there anything I can do for you in return right now? He doesn't like to owe people, this guy. He does seem like the eye for an eye type. Maybe some sort of Yakuza pride. Shigaraki's red eyes flick to the case of temporary anti-quirk bullets laid on the table next to the beak mask. His neck feels itchy. He wants to scratch it raw. He remembers how Toya had reached for his hand at the cafe to pull off his bloodied nails from his neck and wipe it clean with all the tenderness and care of a doting older brother. Can those guys leave? He points to Overhaul's men standing behind the couch. What? Chrono steps forward, not keen on the idea of leaving his leader alone. Why should we? I want to talk about something meant for your boss and only your boss. Shigaraki hisses, red eyes narrowing. Why you? Mimic is offended again, but Overhaul once more raises his hand, this time in a dismissive manner. Boss, seriously! He's been indulging us so far. It's only fair to return the favor. Go. He's weirdly legalistic, this Yakuza leader. Shigaraki doesn't know what to make of it. Maybe if he was less condescending and didn't think quirks to be a disease, Shigaraki might think him a worthy ally. Despite being wary of listening to the order, Overhaul's followers do step out. What is it? The leader asks as soon as the door shuts. I'm gonna ask something and I want you to not be a dick about it. Overhaul raises an eyebrow at that and says nothing. That temporary quirk repressor, or whatever, use it on me. Excuse me? Overhaul looks genuinely surprised at that. Then his expression turns suspicious. Why? Don't get it twisted. I don't care for your ideals at all. But I approve of your method. Destroying Hero Society, I want that too. So nuking Heroes' quirks is a great way to go about it. Wear his heart on his sleeve. Be honest. Roll over and play innocent. Like Toya does. Sure, but that doesn't explain why you want me to use a drug on you. Overhaul's eyes narrow on him as he lifts the case of bullets. He has an injector in his desk. It's not a question of not being able to, rather the reason why. Nobody so far has willingly wanted him to get rid of their quirk before. Especially not someone of the likes of Shigaraki. It's an out-of-the-blue demand. But considering their previous topic... What did Toya say to you? Maybe he's wearing his heart on his sleeve too much. Some time ago, without knowing what my quirk was, he theorized it was connected to my skin condition. As he answers, Shigaraki goes to scratch his neck, feeling fidgety talking about this. I've had dry, itchy skin for as long as I can remember, but it's not a medical thing. You want to see if temporarily getting rid of your quirk will change anything. Overhaul hummed out, curious at this honestly selfish request. Not that he's against it. He himself is a medical enthusiast of some sort. He's done enough research and experimenting on Eri to form a perceptive eye when it comes to the human body and quirks. Well, now that you've brought it up, I can't help but be curious as well. Careful, Toya's going to get into your head too. It's a joke, and Overhaul is almost amused at the flat delivery. Whose fault is that? He throws back while standing up from the couch. Banter between villains. If Overhaul was likable, Shigaraki might almost let out a huff of laughter. Instead, he rolls his eyes. Come. There's that hand motion again, and dutifully Shigaraki follows. Take your coat off. I'll inject it like a vaccine. Unless you'd rather be shot. Vaccine is fine. He's already removed father's hand from his face. What's a coat in comparison? You a doctor too, or what? Or what? But you could call me a medic. My quirk can fix people up. Overhaul replies nonchalantly as he rummages through his top drawer for an unused disposable needle, avoiding the gun-like injector. While he finds what he's looking for, he sees that Shigaraki has thrown his ratty coat over the back of the sofa and rolled his arm sleeve up. Between you and me, our quirks are similar. Shigaraki raises an eyebrow at him. Don't you start rambling insane theories at me too. I've got enough of one crazy scientist bugging me. Overhaul this time does breathe out a soft laugh. Not a theory. Merely an observation. Your quirk breaks down anything you touch into dust. Mine almost does that, but I can rebuild whatever I've destroyed. The man explains as he takes apart one of the bullets to drain it of the temporary drug with the needle. Ah, the name makes sense now. Shigaraki drawls out while scratching his chin. Overhaul. Take it apart and repair it. Like what you want to do to society. Overhaul hums in confirmation, focusing on his task. What exactly made you hate quirks anyway? There's a theory that the quirk phenomenon was caused by a virus carried by mice. Many outbreaks started that way. The Yakuza leader explains while motioning to Shigaraki to take a seat in his office chair. Thus, quirks are a disease. Despite everything, life has only reinforced that belief. Shigaraki vaguely remembers a theory like that. It had little to no hard evidence, but it's an easy conclusion to get to, considering the history of viruses, bacteria, and mutations. Explain why this guy is such a germaphobe and wears gloves all the time. Why not start with yourself, then? Shigaraki tilts his head to look at Overhaul as he sits down. The man flicks the needle a couple times, while raising a questioning eyebrow at him. If quirks are diseased, doesn't that mean you are too? My quirk disassembles and reassembles. It's what will fix this society. A deflection. And he's being 100% genuine about it too. This is a real hypocrite. Yeah, he called Toya that to throw him off, and Shigaraki did mean it. But he hadn't really come across a definition of hypocrisy in the flesh before. Overhaul fits it to a T. Rules for thee, but not for me. Everybody at one level and Overhaul on top, the savior of this world. Compared to Toya, who has worked hard on himself, as useless as it was in Shigaraki's eyes, and genuinely wanted to help people so that they could live a happier life, not out of some ideological belief. Maybe Shigaraki had been too harsh on the white-haired man. He was still an annoying fuck, though, and it didn't change Shigaraki's desires to flatten everything. But it now makes sense why Overhaul gets on his nerves so much. The asshole is a hypocrite of the highest degree. A high and mighty, I'm better than you, whose own logic doesn't apply to himself because he said so. It just reinforces the desire in Shigaraki to watch his downfall. Ready? Overhaul asks. Ah, he's so considerate. Fuck you. Yup. It's a temporary drug. A little needle stab is nothing to the pain of itchy muscle that his skin blocks. How many times has he torn his own skin just to get to it? The itch is always buzzing, 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 even when he's calm. As quickly as the needle pricks, the itchiness is cut off completely. Shigaraki blinks. Silence. His body feels silent, calm. quiet. Like a million voices in his head have been shut off. He lurches forward, feels like he's going to be sick as his body breaks out into a nervous sweat. In his panic, his hand has slapped onto the table, and he flinches back because it should be disintegrating into nothing, into dust that not even Overhaul can rebuild, and it's there. The wood is still under his fingers. Sweat is dripping down his forehead. He knew the drug worked, but to actually experience it, he can't tell if it's a relief or panic-inducing. Your skin is clearing. Overhaul's voice makes him jump. He almost sounds excited about that. It grosses Shigaraki out. But he doesn't need a mirror to know it is. He can feel it. His skin doesn't hurt. It doesn't feel tight around his eyes. Scars and imperfections remain, but it's not as bad as before. I guess Toya's theory was correct. Must be a drawback of your quirk. A drawback. A weakness of his own quirk. Not to the same extent as Toya's, but for his own body to not fit with his quirk, like a badly wrapped package. It's almost infuriating. Another thing he and Toya have in common. It's insulting. Meanwhile, Overhaul is ecstatic. The younger man's skin is clearing like his own hives do after he treats himself. It just proves further that quirks are a disease. It's a small change, but already Shigaraki is so much more presentable without his quirk. Sure, he might feel powerless for now, but it's only temporary. His quirk will return within 24 hours. But to think of how many people's quirks create these sort of difficulties for them, making them suffer, twists their brains, or turn them hideous. Overhaul feels vindicated. Truly, he's right. Shigaraki might not care for his ideals, but it doesn't matter. Once more, Overhaul has been proven right. Shigaraki knows he has, and hates the smug look on the man's face. He wants to wipe it clean off. Instead, he sighs and drags his hands over his own face, resting on his nape, and he sits up straight. It's quiet. It doesn't hurt. It feels weird not having all the noise, but at the same time, Shigaraki kind of wants to sleep right now. It's like he's relaxed for the first time. I'll send twice and Toga to you, he mumbles as he tries to get up. His body feels like jelly and he stumbles a bit, tries to catch himself on the table but narrowly misses. It's a one-way ticket to smacking his head on the floor. Instead, a gloved hand catches him by the elbow. Shigaraki feels the hand flinch despite Overhaul being the one to grab him, and turns to look at him quizzingly through heavy eyelids. Overhaul looks confused in the same way Toya does when he's curious about a quirk novelty. It pisses him off. Rest here a bit before you go, Overhaul offers as he helps Shigaraki stand until the man isn't shaking anymore, then leads him back to the sofa he was sitting at before, his coat still strewn over the back of the chair. I'll have some of my men escort you back in case anything happens. And now he's being considerate and caring. It gets on his nerves. He's not a little child needing of protection for crying out loud. Though without his quirk. I'm not your little test subject, Shigaraki hisses, but his body betrays him as it sways side to side, exhaustion washing over him suddenly. Was he really that stressed because of his quirk? It's so quiet. Peaceful. He doesn't get it. Don't treat me like a petri dish. He tries to swat Overhaul, but it's weak. Instead, he feels himself placed on the couch and his body collapses, lying down. Asshole, what was in that drug? Shigaraki can barely fight a yawn. The quirk-cancelling drug. Just that, I promise. Overhaul is crouching in front of Shigaraki, observing him curiously. His body didn't flare up in hives when he stopped Shigaraki from falling. He hadn't meant to grab him, it just happened. Letting the leader of a villain group he's trying to be allies with fall flat on his face wouldn't exactly be ideal. but it's confusing. Even someone merely brushing past him could cause a flare-up, the rare exception being his father figure and Chrono, nobody else. Then why Shigaraki too? Did he not consider him diseased or dirty because his quirk was repressed? Maybe because he looked more presentable with his skin clearing a little, it subconsciously made him consider him healed. Like when a scab has turned into a scar and it's fine to trace it without worrying of worsening the wound. Maybe. That's a novelty. To be able to walk the world without exploding into hives at the slight hint of something disgusting in the air. Overhaul wouldn't mind that at all. Shigaraki looks like he minds very much being so tired all of a sudden, though. If you do anything weird to me, I swear, Tomura hisses, feeling his eyes get heavy. Like you said, you're not my test subject. I won't do anything. For some reason, he knows he can trust the man's word, and that pisses him off even more. As Shigaraki drifts to the most peaceful nap he's ever had, only thoughts of ridding Overhaul's prideful face of that condescending look hum in his mind. Overhaul watches for a beat longer before he's sure Shigaraki is fully asleep, and he stands to leave the room. He'll check up on him in 20 minutes. For now, he needs to write up these new findings and refine the drug so it's permanent. So much to do before the heroes inevitably make a move. Chapter 109. Hypothermic. Human cells and blood were found in the syringes that were shot at Fatgum, Suneater, and Kirishima. Natsuo didn't need to be told who they belonged to. 3 days was far too long to be waiting to save Eri, but Frostbite knows that was unavoidable. They needed to collect the evidence and put together a case worthy of kicking the Shie Hasakai's door down and dragging Overhaul to jail. But that doesn't mean that Frostbite wasn't a livid, brooding mess darkening the atmosphere of the Sir Nightai Agency or police station, wherever he was at. It put a metaphorical fire under everybody's rear ends to get a move on. Otherwise, Frostbite might go himself to the Yakuza if he was allowed to get angry enough. Thanks to All Might's agency reforming into a hub of sorts, the Hero Network's reach has been amplified. Bubble Girl said during the meeting that hosted several heroes and their interns, which included Izuku, Kirishima, Tsuyu, Uraraka, Shoji, and the Big Three. Which means we were able to get us all together earlier than anticipated. It's cut it down a few weeks, in fact. But that doesn't help ease up the blow when the truth of the quirk-destroying drug is revealed. Natsuo can see Mirio and Deku sink in on themselves. But he says nothing. Frostbite was listening, but he was also very much in his own head. Yes, he heard Rocklock's concerns about students being here, but he didn't comment on it. He knew the man had a newborn and was feeling fatherly protection for the teenagers, despite 19-year-old Natsuo being in the room too. Even when the air gets heated, arguments start and end, even when everybody is dismissed, Frostbite stays quiet. Frostbite. Aizawa reaches a young man who looks to him. He's grown since he was his student, wider and taller with more muscle, just like his father. You're angry. That's fine, but we're losing you. I'm very present, Natsuo replies, eyes burning. Very. You might want to speak to your problem child, though. Normally, Natsuo would be the one to have kind and reassuring words to say to the kids, but not right now. He needs to prepare for the rescue. A rescue that is instigated just before the week is over. Still too slow for Natsuo's liking, who is used to Endeavor's quick and steady pace. But things like this can't be rushed. Tentacle. Shoji jumps at the rough voice speaking to him and looks to Frostbite. The few days he was interning with him had been a lot of silent patrolling, keeping his ears and eyes open for anything, anyone that would help with the investigation. He could tell his classmate's brother was itching to go save that little girl. Interns are sticking to the pro heroes, so we're heading in together. Shoji nods in understanding. They're all getting prepared to barge into the Shirahasakai HQ. He jumps again when Frostbite grabs him by the arm, scowling deeply at him. First and foremost, before all else, I'm a rescue hero, Tentacle. As my current intern, so are you. Your most important job, more important than taking down villains, is to be our guide straight to Eri. Do you understand? Shoji understands. His first act of heroism had been saving one of his village's girls from the river. His roots are in rescuing. I understand. Shoji, serious but still with that gentle kindness in his tone, nods with his own scowl. Good. Let's get going. Frostbite straightens his back as the two start heading out with the others. But it seems that the Shirahasakai had been warned. Before the heroes and police could so much as ring the doorbell of their Shirahasakai headquarters, one of their masked members attacked. A huge hulking man who tore the doors down. Thankfully, Deku and Eraserhead managed to catch the few police that had been blown away by the impact, and with Ryukyu present, she could turn into her massive dragon form to keep him occupied. Thanks to Sir Night-Eye having used his quirk previously on a member of the Yakuza directly connected to Overhaul, they could find the secret entrance that led to the confusing hallways. More and more of the Yakuza attacked, but with how many heroes had been called in, they were all easily taken down. Everything after that had derailed. The floors, walls, and ceilings warped. For how quickly the heroes had moved to close in on the Shirahasakai, they were prepared for any kind of intrusion. "Tentacle!" Frostbite exclaims as the floor gives out in front of them. He grabs his intern and pulls him backwards before he too can fall into the newly created hole with the other heroes. Fat Gum, Sun Eater, Red Riot, Rocklock, Eraserhead, Deku, the head of police and some police officers. On instinct, Tentacle extends his extra arms to grab the closest officers to him too so they don't fall in the pit. It's closed up as soon as it's opened. Lemillion already phased through the wall in front of them. But if the walls are able to move and warp like that, a potential pitfall is everywhere. Frostbite looks behind him. The police officers are ready to go, but clearly nervous. The head of police is down below with the heroes, so they're all looking at Frostbite for orders. Natsuo doesn't know what to think. "Eri's far, but she's straight ahead." Tentacle points forward. He can pick up Lemillion's movements, as well as the sound of people walking away. Right. Rescue. "But what about the others?" one of the police asks, concerned. "They can look after themselves," Frostbite exclaims as he takes the lead, but not without precaution. Something is shifting the walls. He wonders how they'll do with ice. It's not as impressive as Shoto, but Frostbite forms ice under his feet that he shoots forward with a kick like a frozen wave that crashes into the wall Lemillion went through. The surfaces of the room around them visibly shudder and tremor, but that's enough. Red Riot or Deku to break down the wall would be useful right now. It's okay. He and Shoji can do it together instead, thanks to the ice creating fractures in the surface. "Everybody, follow my ice. Whatever's affecting the walls clearly doesn't like the idea of freezer burn. Let's go!" Frostbite orders as they break down the wall, a layer of cold ice covering the surfaces Frostbite passes. Not enough to be slippery, but enough to be a protective structure around them all from whatever is warping the hall. "Tentacle, if anything shifts, let me know. I'll take care of it. Keep guiding us forward." Understood. "Hang on, Eri, we're on our way." And Lemillion... Frostbite remembers the heartbroken look on the boy's face. They may have only waited a week for this raid to save Eri, but Frostbite knows that look. "Lemillion, don't do anything reckless." It's okay to be afraid. What matters is how he uses that fear to respond to the situation at hand. Frostbite has been afraid in the most dire of situations, and he's always come out victorious. Kirishima can feel his body straining of how much he's pushing himself against Rapper. But that's okay. He's going to win. He needs to protect Fat Gum, to stop Rapper from going after the others. So he stands strong, takes All Might and Frostbite's advice to him, and fights. It's not over until they win. He'll learn the same lesson 1,000,000 times if he has to, but he'll never return to the person he was before. Yes, he's afraid, but Red Riot is fighting. Toga and Twice hadn't wanted to help the Shirahasakai, but when Tomura had returned from his meeting with clear skin and a strangely calm expression, asking them to go along with it for everybody's sake, well, they agreed. If they didn't know any better, they'd think Tomura had taken a liking to Overhaul, but they knew he was annoyed by the guy, which was all the more evident when his quirk came back with a vengeance and he was scratching madly at his skin. The calm mood had been gone, and yet he didn't speak an ill word of the Yakuza leader. But they could tell he didn't care for him, unlike in the way he looked out for the League. So it's fine if Twice and Toga mess around and betray the Yakuza out of their own accord, isn't it? With Toya's brother around too, they really shouldn't hang about more than they need to. Frostbite keeps running and manifesting ice to cover the walls with, thin enough to not strain himself, but enough to create a safety blanket. With him and Shoji at the head, who is following Lemillion's movements through the headquarters towards Eri, it's easy enough to maneuver through the halls now that whatever was shifting them around had seemingly stopped and focused elsewhere. Guess whoever it was couldn't be everywhere all at once, or they'd been apprehended. Whatever the reason, it's not for Frostbite to worry about. The other heroes can look after themselves, which includes Lemillion. But as Frostbite knows, he's too emotionally involved. A wonderful trait that shows his care and compassion, but against people like Overhaul who are good with words and set in a rigid ideology, that empathy is easy to trigger into righteous anger. Frostbite is worried for the Sunshine Blonde. They need to get to him quickly, he thinks as he slams through another wall, the police close behind as they make their way through the seemingly endless halls. Himiko Toga can disguise herself as other people whose blood she drank, the heroes note. Deku will report this to Toya. He'll be delighted. The Razorhead is sure of it. But right now, pleasing their quirk-obsessed medic back at UA isn't the most pressing issue. They need to continue moving forward instead of sitting around licking their wounds. It's barely been a week since his meeting of Tomura Shigaraki, and yet Overhaul has succeeded in making the anti-quirk drug permanent. He's a scientist, yet also a creative. He works well under pressure when the threat of his home being disbanded looms over him. As long as he and his boss are alive, the Shirahasakai would live on. But he'd rather have more than mere remnants of his gang. But not just that. Maybe, just maybe, seeing Tomura Shigaraki, the immature wannabe leader, shake and collapse in fatigue after his quirk was temporarily taken away had given Overhaul an additional motivator to get the drug done in time. There are people out there, surely, who hate their quirks because it harms them. If so, this creation of his, made by tearing Eri apart and rebuilding her, would be the medicine to their wretched lives and make their existence worth living. It's not often he gets a fellow leader, as childish as he is, to sleep on his couch for an hour, before awakening calmer than he had before. Tomura had looked deep in thought, a softness in his expression that hinted at a boy coming from a good-looking and good-natured home, not a merciless killer raised by a demon lord. For the days after that, Overhaul had slaved away at the expense of his own sleep and Eri. Maybe that's why he's a little bit more angry, a bit more twitchy, and ready to tear Lemillion in two. The lack of sleep trying to perfect the drug under such a time crunch has done a number on his patience. It doesn't help when the rest of the heroes join the battlefield. He sees Sir Night-Eye rushing to quirkless Lemillion to hug both him and Eri, who is wrapped in the latter's cape. They just can't seem to stop getting involved. It pisses him off. Violent shaking throws Frostbite, Tentacle, and the police with them to the ground. That's not good. "Tentacle! How far ahead is that noise coming from?" he shouts over the aftershocks. It's like an earthquake hit them. Further up front, to the right a bit, Tentacle exclaimed, wincing at the noise impacting his multiple ears. Frostbite dashes forward despite the still shaking surfaces, using his ice to glide forward and speed up. Frostbite! Guide the police towards it. I'm going ahead. He needs to hurry. Hurry, hurry, before it's too late. Your very existence is cursed. I'm so sorry, Eri cries in Izuku's arms. Lemillion has lost his quirk because of her and is injured. Deku is kicking a hole in the wall to get them out while holding onto them both as Sir Nightai fights one-on-one with a deformed Overhaul who has fused with Nemoto. It's all her fault. Izuku's brain stops functioning when he sees Overhaul in such close quarters to Sir Nightai, monstrous with bloodlust in his eyes. Spikes are all over the battlefield, a hazard for everyone. He needs to get away with Eri and Lemillion, get them as far as possible from Overhaul, but if he goes... Foresight. Whatever future he sees, Mirai can't change it, no matter how many times he tries to deter from it by taking actions to avoid that future. It never made a difference. The timeline would always correct itself with a couple minutes of added footage. At some point, he maybe began to believe that the very action of using his quirk on someone would set the future he saw in stone. Seeing All Might's death had left a shake in him, a wariness to ever look too deeply into somebody's future. These days, he only allows himself to glimpse 1 second ahead and react accordingly. So when he foresees a moment where Overhaul would manage to touch him, he took a different course of action. He knew it was simply delaying the unavoidable, even if all it bought him is time. Sir Nightai, Mirai Sasaki, saw his very own death in that split second, when Kai Chisaki was so close to him. Instantly, he accepted it. It was easy to do so when he glimpsed into Chisaki's future and held onto the sliver of hope that the girl would be saved and the boys would make it out alive. What he sees is set in stone, after all. Isn't it? A terrifying cracking sound like the earth shattering echoed through the battlefield, quickly accompanied by icy cold air that shook everybody to their very bones. Ice flew straight at Overhaul before he could pass by Sir Nightai and sent him flying into the opposite direction, away from Eri, in turn decimating the reconstructed rock spikes that would have mortally gouged the hero's side. His arm is still caught in the chaos, and he's falling to the ground. Frostbite tears through Izuku's newly created opening like a bull charging. Ice enveloping the ground, he glides over like a thick blanket and manages to catch Mirai before he hits the ground hard. Frost, Izuku calls out. Get out of here! Frostbite interrupts him with a roar, carrying Sir Nightai as he U-turns with his body low to the ground and supported by one hand, like the crawler had taught him so long ago. Get Eri to safety, Deku! Tentacle and the police are around the corner. Deku doesn't need to be told twice. Even with the man's goggles, he can see that anger from when he had to let Eri go with Overhaul, and there's no arguing with that. He tightens his grip around Eri and Lemillion and takes off, one for all at 20% to go even faster. If Tentacle is near, he'll be able to find Eraserhead too. Natsuo, leave! Sir Nightai forces his voice with bile forming at the back of his throat. He's reached his limit. His arm is destroyed, and fighting against Overhaul has strained his body. I already foresaw my death. Good for you! Natsuo snarls as he readjusts his grip to properly carry the man on his back and get out of here too before Overhaul recovered. I'll slow you down so... Oh, shut up! Natsuo shouts, skating forward towards the same exit Izuku had with the other two. You think rescue is limited only to little girls? No! Be quiet while I save you! It's almost comedic how angry Natsuo is, and Mirai can't help a snort leaving him. That attitude will fail you your hero license exam. He can't help it. They're almost out. Natsuo is doing his best to jump from rock spike to rock spike. He's panting, a bit out of breath from all that running earlier and the sudden life or death rescue he'd just done, but his body isn't straining. He can still run. He needs to get his injured peer away to safety and... Heavy, rapid steps behind him make Natsuo roundhouse kick the imminent threat as it closes up behind him. Even though he didn't hesitate and acted on fighting instinct, the sight of the four-armed horror that was Overhaul, Kai Chisaki, made his blood freeze in horror. After a kaiju beast made of energy, you'd think not much would frighten him anymore. But there's nothing quite as terrifying as a man out for blood. Thankfully, the kick connects, and it sends Overhaul crashing into some of the rocks. But he recovers quickly, moving at a terrifying speed. "Sorry for this, Night Eye!" Natsuo exclaims, before he does the Gangorka special and throws Night Eye through the hole Izuku created. Mirai lands roughly on his uninjured side, but despite his body shaking and his breathing coming out short, he still tries to scramble to his feet. "Natsuo, no!" he shouts, but it's too late. The younger man has shut the hole up with a thicker wall of ice that exhausted Sir Night Eye can't get through. His left arm is broken and he's bleeding profusely from it, not to mention his legs are giving out underneath him. "Natsuo!" There's no reply. If Natsuo dies here, Mirai will never forgive himself. It was supposed to be his death, so why hadn't it happened? Had Natsuo saving him really changed what he saw? Was it not all set in stone? Inside the closed-in arena, Frostbite is dodging Overhaul's attacks and keeping his distance. It's not about fighting the guy, it's about buying time. Stay low to the ground, use the environment to his advantage, slide across the ground using his ice on all fours like the cockroach the crawler was, and be a pain to catch. "This is all your fault!" Overhaul is livid, trying to catch this pest among the rocky ground. He can deconstruct and reconstruct all he wants, but it's no use if he can't catch the stupid hero. "Shigaraki is right. Your family is a virus." Shigaraki calling his family a virus? Yeah, Frostbite can believe it. Toya is a pain in the ass. He doesn't deign Overhaul the response though, just continues dodging and weaving the man's attacks and attempts to catch him. "Stand still so I can kill you!" "You couldn't kill Night Eye or Lemillion. What makes you think you can kill me?" Frostbite does yell back to that. Overhaul hates to admit it, but compared to the other two, Frostbite is much faster. The ground is fragmented, so he can't use the entire terrain to trap and kill the speeding ice hero. What he needs to do is get Eri back. He can use Nemota's quirk to call for her, use her fears of being a burden against her. Her whole existence is a curse, after all. She believes it as much as Overhaul does. So much have bled for her sake already. All that's needed is a little push in the right direction to make her return. Frostbite flinches when Overhaul stops chasing him suddenly and heads for his ice construct instead, which, upon impact from Overhaul's monstrous fused form, shatters like glass. "Damn it!" Frostbite exclaims, and changes course, doing the chasing now. "Eri, is this what you want? People suffering and bleeding because of you!" The shout, with the use of Nemota's quirk that emits from a mouth in one of the monstrous clawed hands, bounces off the walls and echoes down to Izuku carrying the little girl and his bleeding upperclassman. They followed Frostbite's slowly melting ice. Izuku can hear footsteps ahead. "I don't," Eri sobs and struggles in Deku's arms. "I don't want people to be hurt because of me." It's like she can't help but answer, forced to raise her voice so her perpetrator can hear the answer. "I don't want this." She's full on sobbing now. It's the most emotion either Lemillion and Deku have seen from her. "Do you think they can win, somehow?" "I don't." Eri shakes her head. Deku feels his heart ache. She really can't believe in a future where she's saved, even when he's carrying her away. Tentacle can hear the little girl's cries as they reach the corner he'd pointed out to Frostbite before. It's a heartbreaking sound that reminds him of the fear he felt at his home village when somebody looked at him with hatred. "What should—" "Shut up!" Frostbite roars as he lunges at Overhaul, kicking down onto his head with an ice-covered leg. But the Yakuza dodges with ease. Frostbite can't see Sir Naito anywhere. He must have left when he realized Natsu had blocked off the battlefield. "Shut the hell up! Leave Eri alone! She doesn't want your help!" Overhaul roars as he goes to plant one of his hands onto the ground. New terrain, flat and unfractured. That's bad. "So what? I want to help her!" Frostbite's voice is so loud it echoes through the hall too as he slams his foot on the ground, ice quickly moving to reach and freeze Overhaul's arm. All it takes is for the villain to force his hand into a fist to break out of the ice, but it buys Frostbite time. "We all do! We all came to save Eri, because she's a little girl that clung onto my jacket like a lifeline." The words reach Eri, and it stops her struggling in Deku's arms. "But," she mutters, unsure. Her voice is trembling. "She's a burden, isn't she? For so many people to go this far for her. Lemillion is here, bleeding out and struggling. And Sir Naito, he was almost killed. So... We promised to save you, Eri." Izuku holds her tighter in his arms, presses the little girl against his shoulder. She dares to peek up at his face, and the movement makes him look at her too. He's smiling, warm and kind, with a shine in his eyes, just like the arm wrapped around her, holding her close. "We saw you crying, and whether you say you want our help or not, I'm not letting go of you." But... A large warm hand cradles her head. It's Lemillion's, who is in pain, near unconsciousness, and struggling to smile. But he smiles at her as Izuku continues running. He can't talk right now, barely has enough breath to keep himself awake, but he's smiling. His iron will is steady because he knows Frostbite is there, and knows he saved Sir Naito. He wants to say he'd do this all over again if it means saving Eri, that in every universe he'd sacrifice himself and his quirk for the little girl. He doesn't need to. He's already proven that to her. Eri's eyes are full of tears, but they don't fall. Instead, she curls into Izuku's shoulders and digs her fingers into his suit as her eyes shut tight. Eri lets herself be saved. As Deku turns a sharp corner, he's never been so relieved to see Shoji and the police in his life. Back down the hall, Overhaul is ready to tear Frostbite to bloody ribbons, deconstruct and reconstruct him so many times he doesn't even remember his own name. Kill, revive until the hero begs him to end the looping torment. But every time Overhaul moves forward, Frostbite blasts him back with ice. If he reaches for a flat surface, Frostbite blocks him. If he flinches, Frostbite attacks. It's infuriating. He doesn't stop, he doesn't back down. Just like Lemillion, like Sir Naito, like Deku, they all keep fighting for Eri, laying their lives on the line for a random little girl they didn't know even existed even a week ago. Shigaraki is bright in his mind. He'd been right. He'd been too arrogant. He hadn't expected this sort of tenacity from these heroes. How could he? They're fruits of this hero-saturated society, lackluster and chasing after money and fame with no purpose. Why on earth would he have ever expected them to sacrifice themselves? The ice is biting at his skin. Even in his and Nemoto's fused bodies, hives itch and tear through his skin, making his body twitch and jolt in uncontrollable pain. He needs to get rid of that ice. Nemoto had the gun and bullets. They're in this fused form somewhere. "You're really willing to sacrifice yourself for her?" Overhaul roars, a distraction to hide that he's looking for something. Frostbite's eye twitches. "Pass. No offense, Uncle," Natsuo said. "I'm just not the type to be able to sacrifice myself like you do." He'd said that years ago. "Yeah, actually!" Frostbite roars back. "I am!" It's like an invitation. He might be a moving target, but he's not exactly a small one. He might not be Endeavor's size, but he's not far off. Frostbite is fast, but Overhaul isn't exactly slow, especially not in this form. The sound of a gun cocking echoes through the hall. Far away, Lemillion flinches. In the opposite direction, Sir Nightie, who is looking for a razorhead, jolts. Then sacrifice your dreams! Bang! Quirks fulfill people's dreams. Ares Rewind erases them. That was Lemillion's reality. He might still stand strong and remain a hero without his quirk, but in the long run, all that effort was useless. It was ripped away with a single shot. Years of training, years of study, years of sweating, struggling, failing, and trying again and again, all gone to waste. Natsu had never experienced being shot before. Chapter 110. Euthermic. The impact of the bullet against his upper stomach punches straight into his diaphragm, and Natsu gags as the force makes him collapse backwards onto the floor. He can't breathe as the wind was knocked out of him, just groans while writhing on the floor, clawing at his chest and stomach. It hurts. Good, Overhaul thinks as he lets out a satisfied sigh for his freakish, mutated mask. It's become part of his face to make him look like an actual monster, not helped by the 4 clawed arms protruding from his body. You and your family, he breathes out, relaxed now that he's taken down Frostbite. Really got to Shigaraki. He kept going on about how meddling you all are, especially that brother of yours. Maybe he'd understand how valuable of an asset Eri is, what her quirk is able to do, but you certainly can't. He just needs to touch Frostbite and he can put an end to him. You don't get to take her. His monstrous shadow looms over Frostbite, who is face down on the floor, curled up in on himself and shaking, trying to collect his breath and mind. He has no doubt that he's trying to manifest ice, but he's not able to. He was shot with the bullet. She's a little girl. Frostbite gags out the words, diaphragm still struggling. A little pampered hero like you could never understand what I'm trying to do. Overhaul's golden eyes stare down at the former ice hero with disgust. One of his clawed hands extends. I'm going to pay back my debt to the boss by putting the Shirahasakai back in charge of the world. And I need her quirk to do that. Everybody has a story. Toya always says that. How many books has he devoured through, explaining every nook and cranny of a historical figure's brain to understand their actions, justifications, and origins? Natsu has seen dozens pass through the house and listened to every thought his big brother has had, from the quirkless father who learned to not be afraid of his powerful daughter, to the rebellions led by Destro. There's always a story, and Overhaul, Kai Chisaki, is no different. He's a human being with his own hopes and dreams. Toya is empathetic like that. Natsu loves him for it. But he's not nice like Toya. He's quick to anger when push comes to shove. Yes, Overhaul has his reasons, but Frostbite doesn't care. He's angry. Shigaraki held you in high regard. The newbie hero, raised and trained by Endeavor, who helped take down Stain the hero killer without a scratch. What a letdown. A dangerous hand is reaching for him, a looming death sentence. Any last words, hero? Thoughts collected, fist tight and his target within reach. Frostbite has nothing to say but, Sub-Zero strike! It's faster than Overhaul can react, and an ice-covered punch hits him straight in the gut, payback for the earlier shot. It stings. Stings? Punches don't sting. Overhaul feels his monstrous form disassemble, his quirk being undone as it separates him and Nemoto, returns them to their original bodies and forms. All in a split second before his back hits the wall hard enough he cracks his head against the surface and collapses to the ground. His mask strap snaps and falls to his side in the process. Nemoto's body lies in front of him. How did this happen? He didn't overhaul himself, or him. He didn't deconstruct his body. So how? Frostbite looms over him, panting heavily with frozen sweat dripping down his chin. His ice-covered knuckles that he punched the villain with shakes, and in between them, the glint of a needle. His anti-quirk bullet. Overhaul shakes. No, he hit Frostbite. There's no way that the drug wasn't injected. There shouldn't be any left. Yet Frostbite had manifested ice to punch him with. That's when Overhaul sees it. Ice crackling from under Frostbite's jacket, covering his neck and jaw, slowly melting due to its user's natural warmth. He'd used his frost as an underbody armor. You, Overhaul breathes out, disbelief in his eyes. You let me shoot you. It was a gamble. Frostbite pants out as he opens his palm to reveal the bullet he'd been shot with. I didn't know if it'd return you to normal. Would have Overhaul and Nemoto been separated? Would Overhaul had gotten stuck in his four-armed form? Natsuo had no way of knowing. But it paid off. Overhaul is shaking. His whole body hurts. If he could just deconstruct and rebuild himself, then he could fight again, take this brat down. But it's useless. Overhaul is grabbing for his own body, his arm, his jacket, his shoulder. But he can't activate his quirk. He's quirkless. His own creation was used against him. He can't use Overhaul anymore. Which means he can't bring his boss out of his coma. What have you done? He screams, trembling body forcing itself up as he lunges for Frostbite. The former lets him. He's strong, but he's not a threat anymore. Overhaul, Kaichisaki, tears at his hoodie and goggles as the two wrestle on weak legs. The hero's goggles clatter to the ground at a sloppy punch thrown by the exhausted villain. It reveals scowling, heated grey-brown eyes, who aren't the least bit sorry for what he'd done to the man fisting his jacket tightly and shaking him. Do you have any idea what you've cost me? I don't care. Natsuo's words are snarled out lowly as his ice-cold gloved hands grab Chisaki's wrists, threatening to hurt him with freezer burn. That's what burned. The ice biting at his skin, not the impact of a bullet. I really don't care. What sort of hero are you? Chisaki is snarling back, fury and panic mixing in his expression. His quirk isn't working. He can't activate it. His skin is burning, not from hives, but from ice-cold anger creeping from the hero keeping him in place. Is this what Endeavor trained? Endeavor trained me so I can save myself so I can save others, Natsuo says through a tight jaw as he forces Chisaki's hands off of him with a terrifying strength. Chisaki is strong. He can brawl. But his body is exhausted and weak from the effect of the anti-quirk drug. He'd underestimated Frostbite. Not just his speed, but his power too. The young man is more than just an ice version of Endeavor. He's something darker, angrier. I don't need to use others as meat shields like you, Kai Chisaki. Don't call me that. Chisaki is trying to pull away, force the hero's hands off of him, but the young hero isn't letting go. I discarded that name, and Frostbite's taken a hike. The interruption is coupled with a fist grabbing Chisaki's fur jacket and black shirt simultaneously. So unless you want Natsuo Todoroki to break your jaw, shut your arrogant mouth up. Kai Chisaki does shut up, but not without trying to punch Natsuo in the head with his only free arm. It connects, making Natsuo's temple bleed, mixed with the red in his hair. But the young man never flinches, just continues to glare at Chisaki with dark, furious eyes. Something shifts in the corner of his vision. Nemoto, on his feet and swinging his own attack. Kak! Is the sound of Shoji's fist connecting with Overhaul's loyal follower, knocking him out for good this time. Chisaki winces. Only Chrono is somewhere still in the headquarters roaming free. He needs him here, now. Frostbite, are you okay? We heard a gunshot, the teenager asks, panting heavily. Footsteps round the corner as the police following him arrived. What took you guys so long? Natsuo sighs, but there's a tired smile in his face. As soon as the police see Overhaul struggling in Frostbite's hands, they bring out the cuffs, which only makes the man double his efforts. Normally strong and intimidating Overhaul is reduced to a resisting criminal. "Let go!" But there's still fight in him. The sight of the cuffs make him flinch and kick Natsu hard on the hip with his knee. Natsu doesn't wince, but the hit makes him lose his balance. But if Chisaki thought that would get him the upper hand, he's sorely mistaken. Natsu has been trained by many more heroes than just Endeavor. He knows how to grapple and calm resisting criminals. Using the momentum, he drags Chisaki by his shirt to the ground, pins him face down with his hands behind his back. The fall makes Natsu box Chisaki's body under his, a couple inches shorter but wider. Chisaki tries best he can to kick him off, to push himself up, but a gloved hand finds itself in his short dark hair and his head is forced against the cold ground. "Enough, you lost," Frostbite growls. Furious golden eyes glare at him, but he can see a panic tremble in them. The face of a man who can't believe he lost to those deemed infected. "Overhaul, Kai Chisaki, you're under arrest." It was completely unnecessary for Ryukyu to take the entire ceiling of the Shirahasakai headquarters down, but it seemed there had been a kerfuffle outside. A Deku, probably a Toga disguised as him, had been outside before the actual Deku had directed them to where Overhaul had been fighting the heroes beforehand. At least it meant making their way out was easier than traversing the maze that was the underground halls. "I've got a Razorhead here, and another of Overhaul's men," Sir Nightai called out. He'd found a restrained and blindfolded Aizawa at the hands of Kurono's quirk. A hyperdensity seal to the head, and the man was out cold before Sun Eater and the others regrouped. "Where is Mirio?" "With the medics, sir," Uraraka exclaimed with Tsuyu by her side. Everybody was recollecting themselves, figuring out the injuries, losses, and victories. All things considered, a screaming success, even with the heavy reality that Mirio no longer had his quirk. Neither did Chisaki, who, while bitterly calm when getting pulled out of the giant hole Ryukyu had put in his home, the second he had spotted Eri, held tightly in Deku's arms, he completely lost it. "Eri, come here!" he shouted. The little girl flinched, dared to look at the angry face of the man her grandfather had entrusted her to, before it was proven to be a bad idea. "Eri!" Her quirk. She can revert the damage. He could get his quirk back. Then he could take everybody out. He could finish his work, awaken the boss from his coma. He could... But she didn't move. And instead, Deku, who held her tightly, covered her head and turned away from the fallen leader, much like Frostbite had done when she first ran into them. Those sweet green eyes glared at Chisaki, defiant and victorious. He said he's not letting her go, and he won't. "You stupid brat, give her back!" He's fighting again, Frostbite and Tentacle tightening their grasps on him as they drag the furious man to the police trucks. "Eri!" From a safe distance, Toga and Twice watched this unfold. Boy, did they have some things to update Shigaraki on. That girl, Eri, seemed important. Something about her quirk, surely. It'd be ideal to grab her for their own use, but it was too dangerous with all these heroes. Frostbite looked scary anyway. The two scurried back to their group without anybody noticing. "I used his drug against him. He's got some fight, but he's otherwise harmless," Frostbite told the police as they did their best to restrain Chisaki further. "You insignificant pest! What sort of hero fights so dirty?" the man yelled, being dragged away to the van by the police. Rapper, being taken away into a different vehicle, rolled his eyes. Chisaki barely fought fair every time they brawled. "Why can't any of you see the bigger picture?" "We do see the bigger picture." Sir Nightai, holding his mangled and broken arm, walked to stand next to Frostbite. He was still shaken from the future he saw being changed, but he could lose his mind over it at a later date. "But we don't like the picture you've painted, Chisaki." Gold eyes shoot venomous anger at calm yellow ones before the truck doors are shut tight. One way to Tartarus. Only then does Frostbite collapse to his knees, Shoji quickly by his side to make sure he's okay. That was a really close one. Natsuo feels nausea flood his senses. Too close. I'll say. A familiar voice makes Natsuo snap his head up. It's Shiroko, accompanied by his father Snatch. Asshole, look at all that collateral damage. The joke accusation motioning to the ruins of the Shirasakai headquarters was accompanied with a hand to help him up. Long time no see. Hey, Saichi. Natsuo chuckled and accepted the hand. Pulled back to his feet, Shoji did offer his own support to keep his peer standing. You helping the police get these guys to jail? There are various vans after all. Yeah, Dad's going with the one heading to Tartarus. I'm going to help escort the rest. Overhaul would be taken to Tartarus, but his followers, due to their lesser crimes, would be taken to alternate faculties. How's it going with Mick? Saichi was interrupted when Natsuo lurched forward to wrap an arm around his shoulders. Nobody but you knows yet, so please, please, please be quiet about it. Natsuo hurriedly whispered to his friend, who shot him an unimpressed look. Whatever, man. Saichi rolled his eyes before smiling to him. You all better head to the hospital. You look a mess. He stuck a thumb at Sir Night-Eye with his less than intact arm. Everybody split ways. Eri didn't let go of Izuku the entire way to the hospital. She didn't dare to move even when the nurses tried to get a look at her for injuries and only tightened her grip further onto Izuku's hero suit. She was terrified that this was a dream she'd wake up from. She couldn't believe a reality where she was saved existed. We should get Toya in. He'd be able to figure out the details of her quirk, Mirai commented a few hours later, mid-afternoon. His arm was in a cast, and they were all sat in Mirio's room. The boy was sleeping after much-needed surgery for all his injuries. Izuku was in a different room, holding Eri in his arms. I messaged Uncle Toshi already. Pretty sure he, Toya, and Fuyumi are on their way, Natsuo replied. He had a painful bruise forming on his stomach, but was otherwise fine, just tired. You called Fuyumi too? Mirai questioned, confused. Yeah, she's good with kids Eri's age. I think she'll balance out Toya's madness well. Natsuo smiled, but his expression dropped at the serious look in Mirai's face. What? I saw my death. The words put a heavy weight on in the room, a pressure on their shoulders. Before you saved me. I was going to die, but you changed that. Hardly. Natsuo's knee-jerk reaction to the words startled Mirai. I mean, you're still going to die, just not today. Some point in the future, hopefully from old age. Most likely still fighting with senile Toya about if All Might or Endeavor was better back in the day. Mirai snorts, and despite the pain in his arm, he laughs. He laughs so hard he tears up. It's so stupid. It's such a relief. He can't believe he's still here. Mirai! Toshinori bursts into the room, looking panicked as his blonde hair whips around his face, before stilling when he sees Mirai laughing with a smile on his face. But he does calm down when his hero enters the room. I heard you got hurt, so we came as soon as we could. Is young Midoriya alright? Young Mirio, is he... We're fine. Mirai smiled, a hand on Mirio's arm as the blonde boy sleeps. His quirk activates, and he smiles wider. Yeah, we're fine. Mirio lost his quirk, but how could that ever stop him from becoming a grand hero? Of course it can't. Natsuo stood up when Toshinori burst into the room, but that doesn't mean he was prepared for two scrawny arms attached to a tall figure to engulf him in a tight hug. It hurts his bruise, but Natsuo doesn't fight his uncle hugging him. He is more startled than anything. Thank you, Natsuo. His uncle's voice is tight. Thank you. Losing another friend, Toshinori doesn't know if he could do it. Natsuo is young. He's never experienced loss like the symbol of peace has. He doesn't want to. He'd rather sacrifice himself over and over again if it means never losing a single important person in his life. Natsuo returns the hug. "We're here too, by the way," Toya said awkwardly too from the doorway. Fuyumi rolls her eyes and pushes past him to go hug Sir Nightai, relieved that the fellow bespectacled is alright. Natsuo and Toshinori separated, not without the latter wiping his eyes, to look at him. "Where's Izuku and the girl? Eri, is it?" "In the other room." "Fuyumi, come with me. I'll introduce you." Natsuo nods, patting his uncle on the back, who goes to his former sidekick. "Sir Nightai, could you catch Toya up on everything we know?" The green-haired man nods. Fuyumi and Natsuo walk out to head towards Izuku's room. "You know what she went through?" "Yes, I was caught up roughly." "Poor little dear, it's horrific." Fuyumi looks upset just thinking about a child going through what she did. "What do you want me to do?" "Comfort her, play with her, make her feel safe. She's been surrounded by only men for years. I think a comforting feminine presence like you will really be a help for her." Natsuo's eyes flick down to a bag Fuyumi is carrying. "What are those?" "Some of my old clothes when I was little," Fuyumi replied. Natsuo smiles. That's exactly why he wanted her to meet Eri. They get to the room, and he peeks inside. Izuku is sitting on the bed, Eri on his lap, who is clinging onto him for dear life, like they're still running away from overhaul in the corridors. Izuku notices Natsuo in the doorway and smiles sweetly to him. "Hey, look, Frostbite is here." The freckly boy motions to the door, and finally, Eri's face is visible. "See? He's fine. Just like Lemillion will be too." Eri sniffles and relaxes the tiniest bit in his arms. She waves a little at Natsuo, who grins and waves back. "Hi, Eri." He enters the room first, Fuyumi behind him. "Eri, do you remember I said I had a big sister?" Eri blinks at him with her big pink-red eyes, and after a moment, nods. Natsuo steps aside to introduce his sister, smiling gently at the terrified little girl. "Her name is Fuyumi. She teaches kids your age. She brought you some nice clothes." Slowly, with gentle, delicate movements as to not startle Eri, Fuyumi crouches by the bed to be eye level with her and opens the bag she brought on her knees. Inside it, there are dresses of various designs and colours, some with bows and others with ruffles. There are also dungarees, long tops, and colourfully patterned leggings, clothes befitting of a little girl. "What do you think? Should we try them on?" Fuyumi smiles gently, pulling out a couple items of the bag for Eri to look at. Eri's eyes land on a pink dress with long sleeves and ruffles, a bow tied at the back. She really likes it. She wants to wear it, but she doesn't know if letting go of Izuku is safe or not. What if this is a dream, and the minute she lets go of her green hero, she wakes up back in that dark room? It's too risky. "These are my cousins. I see them all the time." Izuku smiles reassuringly to her, sensing her wariness. "Don't worry, I won't go anywhere. Once Lemillion wakes up, we'll see him too, okay?" He understands that she's afraid, but he wants her to trust his honorary family so much. Eri hesitates, but slowly, her fingers unlatch from his hero suit, and she lets herself slip off his lap, off the bed, and onto the floor in front of Fuyumi. She looks at the clothes, little hands itching to look through all the pretty things brought for her. Fuyumi offers her hand open palm up. "Let's go get you cleaned up and dressed. You'll feel much better after a bath." Fuyumi smiles sweetly. Eri's eyes light up ever so slightly. She remembers being smiled at so lovingly once, by a beautiful woman she loved. Fuyumi is looking at her so tenderly, like she's a lovely little girl. "Okay, Miss Fuyumi," Eri says as she takes Fuyumi's hand. The young woman stands up to lead her out of the room and find some nurses that could help clean Eri up. "You can call me Big Sis if you prefer," Natsuo and Izuku hear Fuyumi say as they leave together. "Big Sis." Izuku's eyes fill with tears, and he can't help it. He cries in relief. Natsuo is there, a hand on his shoulder. It wasn't over. Eri was still hurt. She wasn't smiling. They needed to figure out the sensitivities of her quirk to help her, to reassure her that she isn't a burden, that she's a sweet girl rather than a disease. All in due time, little by little. But there's no rest for the wicked. Natsuo, Midoriya! Shoji, Uraraka, and Tsuyu hurry into the room together just as Izuku is wiping his face dry. Shoji is the one speaking, and he looks worried despite the mask on his lower face. Something happened. Nothing good. Can the world not give them a break for 1 second? What is it? Natsuo asked with concern to the interns. There's been an accident with Snatch. My Father's Warmth is currently ongoing. I will be posting audiobooks every 10 chapters. Thank you everybody for watching, and thank you to my channel members. He's never had any throaty. Excuse me. Excuse me, boiler. Silence! I demand! Silence! Mrs. Must, unappreciated. Uraraka, He might still... Disrespectful.